A very warm welcome to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are live from the Zhuhai International Circuit in the southeast of China, and conditions could not be more welcoming to the ARRC back here for the first time since 2019. It's 11 weeks since Mandalika, where of course we will remember later on the tragic incident regarding Haruki Noguchi. But the racing goes on. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill. And Barry, the conditions look perfect. The circuit is in tip-top condition. 28 degrees, a little bit of wind. Conditions absolutely superb for a weekend of racing.
Yeah, the conditions have been stable ever since we got here a few days ago. And yeah, as you say, this is not a new circuit. It's about 30 years old. And the only difference I can see from last time is some new buildings springing up around us. But the condition of the track, the facilities, everything has been kept in tip-top condition.
This is the circuit that we're talking about, and corners 4 and 14 are the ones that seem to cause the riders an awful lot of problems because they're very fast corners. There's been a lot of track limits broken during practice and qualification in those, but it's a technical track, but also very quick at the same time.
Yeah, it's got fast straights, heavy braking into sharp turns, and there are some bumps on the track because it is an older circuit, and that creates all sorts of setup challenges for riders because somehow you've got to get stability under braking, comfort over the bumps, and there are some flowing corners as well on the circuit. So there's a whole lot of challenges that these riders have been getting to grips with. We're starting today, of course, with the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Yeah, the TVS Asia One Make Championship reaches race number 10 of 12 for the season. The championship leader is the defending champion, Vorapong Malawan, but Vorapong is on the second row of the grid today. There he is in the number 1, just to the right of your picture. The man who has really stirred the pot a little bit is Hiroki Ono, right in the center, the number 16. The Japanese rider has won the 3 of the last 4 races by Russell, and as we come into this round 10, he could still have a saying in where this championship ends.
He will definitely have a say in it. He's pole position again here, as he did in Mandalika, where he took another 2 wins. Vorapong he is on top, but he's having to really fight to stay there, and as you said, he finds himself starting from the inside of the second row today.
Okay, there are 14 racers. There is a debutant for us, Zhang Zhouran. Glad to see more Chinese racers coming on board. And here is the starting row. Muzakir Mohammed will be on pole position, 4th in the championship standings. Ono with 3 wins the last 4 alongside him in the front row, as is the young Indonesian Japanese Tao Saito.
And the championship leader, Vorapong, as we were saying, starts from the inside of row 2. Piawak Patumyos next to him, and Rosman Fadil from Papua, Indonesia, outside of him.
Ramdan Rosley, second in the championship standings, 8 shy of the leader, is on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Darompop Tongoi from Thailand. And KY Ahmad, the best of the Indian racers, as we so frequently like to say.
So frequently true. On the 4th row, we got Arshad Rusti. Next to him, Kuinain's Chang and Deki Tiano Aldi, one of the championship contenders, surprisingly far back.
Vishwanath and Jiang are on the final row of the grid. You're quite right. Deki Tiano Aldi, he had a bit of a nightmare yesterday. Deki Tiano is 3rd in the championship standings. He's had 2 P2s and a P3 already this season. Clearly this track is not to his liking.
No, and Ramdan Rosley, who is really strong in free practice yesterday, disappointing in qualifying. He qualified 7th. So Ramdan, also one of the riders, he's currently sitting in 2nd. Deki Tiano Aldi is in 3rd. Both of those challengers to Vorapong's championship are starting from further back on the grid than they would ideally like to be.
This is an 8-lap race. As I say, there's 4 more to go, so 100 points available in the championship standing. So plenty of opportunity for somebody like even Fugo Tanaka, who's on 89 points. You get a win here and Vorapong doesn't finish, and it propels you right back into the reckoning. So this is a make or break weekend. This is turn 14. This is the one, I think, in the lower category bikes, the the underbones later, this TVS one making the 250s, we might get an awful lot of action around that final corner.
I think they will. And the other feature of this track, which will make for interesting finishes to races, is the fairly long run from the exit of turn 14 to the start-finish line. Sorry, to the finish line.
8 laps of the track. Front row, Muzakir Mohammed, the veteran Malaysian, bike number 11. Extreme right, Hiroki Ono from Japan, and Teo Saito, the younger Japanese. They are on the first row of the grid. Vorapong, Piawat and Rusman Fadil. This is one of those races where being on pole doesn't necessarily mean you'll run away with it, but it does help. And Hiroki Ono has had that habit of running away with things early on. There he is, hunkering down, looking for a fast start, and we are underway. Race number 1 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at Zhuhai. And it is Ono, who got off to a good start, but has been overtaken by Teo Saito. And then Ono just eases in. This is another fast start from Ono.
Yep, a good start from Ono. That's not good news for the rest of the field, because he will try to scamper away on this first lap.
Saito once again is going right alongside him though, Barry, and Saito's got the inside line there, and the young Japanese is showing, oh no, hey, it's not all about you.
That's right. Teo Saito was really impressive in qualifying today. He had to do qualifying 1A. He came through to qualifying 1B and ended up on the front row. So he was looking really aggressive today.
Voroponga's got himself up into P3.
One of the great things here is this mix between experience and rookies in this TVS Asia One Make Championship, and you've got it at the front there.
Interested to see how Zhang Zhouran is able to cope in this kind of company. Well, Ono has got himself in the lead. Gosh, Ono, he can accelerate so quickly as Voroponga is beaten on the inside, but ahead of him he'll be looking at the tail of Hiroki Ono, and this is a familiar tail this season. In 3 of the last 4 races Ono has gone and won, and even in the one he did not finish, he was leading.
Yeah, look at the body language from Teo Saito. He's doing everything he can to try and keep up, but it's a big ask as Hiroki Ono is already stretching away at the front. And Muzakir Mohammed, who's so strong through free practice yesterday and qualifying today, slipping back a little bit.
Turn 14, which can be so problematic to some, isn't problematic to Ono, who goes through ahead of Saito. Saito, though, is just beaten by Muzakir over the line. That's a good little battle. Also making a move there is Ramdan Rosli. He's got himself up. In fact, Ramdan Rosli moves into P2, the experienced Malaysian.
Yeah, started from 7th, so that's a brilliant first lap from Ramdan Rosli.
Further down, Zhang is struggling just a little bit. He's dropped some 5 seconds or so off the pace. I think we expected that, but it's a heck of a pace being set by Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, Muzakir there just getting in very close contact with the riders around him, including Vorapong, including Ramdan.
Muzakir had a best time of 1:48.053, hitting speeds of close to 144 kilometers per hour down the main straight as they come through the technical part of this circuit. And oh no, gosh, this is a lovely habit to get into, isn't it? Starting well and going away from the field. He's done this regularly. Muzakir and Vorapong and Ramdan Rosli are working hard to hold on.
Yeah, but once again, as you said, it's a familiar pattern since Hiroki Ono joined in Sugo, Japan for round 3. He had a DNF there, otherwise the championship would look even more different.
16 is Ono, and again he's on his own. We need an ISO cam on Ono, but Muzakir Mohammed, he's broken away from the pack, and Muzakir in 4th place in the championship standings, 1 win to his name. He's being followed by his fellow Malaysian Ramdan Rosli as they come into turn 14, the familiar Dunlop corner.
Yeah, as they come across the line again, Teo Saito hanging on to the back of Vorapong.
Muzakir setting a good sector 2 time there, but Ono, a last lap time 1:47.9. That's an impressive time from Ono. He's pulling away from the rest. These are all very, very similar bikes. Yes, you can fiddle a little bit and twiddle here and there, but this is mainly about rider ability.
Yeah, that's what makes it so so exciting and such a good proving ground for next generation riders.
There's the battle for P3, which is led by Ramdan Rosli. He's got Vorapong and Tayu Saito, who's dropped back a little bit after a very, very good start. Still a long way to go, but look at the differential. A second between Ono and Muzakir, and 1.8 seconds between Muzakir and that battle for P3. Is Muzakir making a little bit of headway on the back of Ono?
From that shot, it did look like he is. He seems to have gapped his fellow Malaysian, Ramdan Rosli.
Muzakir's had a consistent season, but a disappointing P10 in Mandalika in race number 2 has cost him any real chance. He's not too far away from Ramdan Rosli in P2. And there in that little battle. Also in there is Piawat, who I know you've been frustrated with a little bit this season, because you know he's a better rider than what we've seen in his results so far from Piawat.
Yeah, Piawat should still be further up from here, but the quality in this field is outstanding. Hiroki Ono, Muzakir, who's been so strong all weekend, and who's been unlucky. That's why he's a little further down in the championship. Ramdan Rosli again, and of course Vorapong.
That was following the battle for P3. You can see 1 and 2 at the front of your screen. Muzakir definitely is closing in. He's closed in 0.3 of a second on that last lap, so Ono isn't going to go away. Now then, this is the battle down for P7. Darampop Tongoy, he's involved in there, along with Deki Tiano. What has happened to Deki Tiano this weekend?
Yep, down in 8th. In mathematically championship contention, but he hasn't been really as competitive as we know he can be this weekend.
All it takes is one really bad weekend and your championship can be scuppered when somebody as consistent as Vorapong is there, somebody who's come onto the scene like Ono. Makes it very difficult. This is your battle for 7th. Rusman is in there, KY Ahmad from Philippines, Kerwin, Arsyad Rusty, who can be quick, but frequently doesn't get the positions his speed perhaps suggests he should do.
Yeah, Arsyad sometimes knocks his tyres out very early in the race, because we have seen him start quickly and then drop back.
So that was the battle for P3. This is the battle for P7. Darren Pob is the man leading that little train. Right behind him is Deki Tiano Aldi, the young Indonesian. I suppose when you're having a struggling weekend like this, Barry, you've just got to pick up points, maximise your opportunity, so win your little individual battle.
Yep, and that's what Deki's faced with right now. Darren Pob's been a rider who is making progress race by race. This is his best outing so far.
Up at the front as we approach halfway, it is a 2-man race up at the front. Muzakir Mohammed has done really well to claw back a 1 second differential. He was 0.3 quicker in the previous lap. He's 0.5 quicker in the lap just gone. And at the halfway point, Hiroki Ono has got company. And Muzakir Mohammed is making a real fist of this one.
Yeah, you saw him get into the slipstream of Hiroki Ono there and pull out. He didn't take full advantage of it. He doesn't need to. There are still 4 laps remaining. But there'll be some rehearsing and some plotting going on, and he goes up the inside. He likes to ride the bike loose. Muzakir, we were enjoying some of that yesterday in free practice, and you just saw him confidently slide inside Hiroki Ono, but
Ono Hiroki then comes and takes him back again.
Oh no, you don't.
Hiroki Ono from Japan, the youngster who's come on and really hit the ground running. Muzakir has a scary little moment there. You don't want to get onto the red stuff.
Yeah, he just needs to cool it a little bit. He's got time, Muzakir. He's got a little bit more pace, I think, than Hiroki Ono. So he doesn't want to blow it too early.
Muzakir was 1/10 quicker in qualification. So you're right, he has just got a little bit in reserve. But Ono has got confidence coursing through his veins. This remains the battle for P1.
Nothing in Muzakir's body language that says restraint at the moment.
Right, it's an 8-lap track. Now this circuit is known to be a little bit rough on the tyres, so tyre wear on an 8-lap event may well come into play. Behind them, Ramdan Rosli is still leading Vorapong and Tayo Saito, and Piawat is just about holding on there as they come round this Lovely sweeping corner number 14.
Everybody through there nice and neatly, but Hiroki Ono has re-established a bit of a gap with Muzakir after Muzakir's mistake earlier on that lap. Muzakir coming back, he's looking good in this first sector. Starts with 2 right-handers, then he goes into a left.
0.6 of a second, ostensibly the difference between them, but they've been alongside each other a couple of times now. As we go back into the battle for P3, it's still Ramdan Rosley leading that little train. Ahead of him, he's got Vorapong Malawan, Tayo Saito, and Pirwat. There goes Pirwat, just a second adrift. Frustrating distance to be behind. He can't seem to close that little gap.
That's it, as you were saying, Des, the bikes are all very similar. It's difficult to close gaps. You're going to have to do it on the brakes by slipstreaming.
We've got to get close enough to slipstream. He's having to work hard. At the moment, that's Tayo Saito going up alongside Vorapong. Back into the front. 1-2 go through. Ramdan Rosley holds on to P3. Vorapong seems to just be biding his time. Vorapong Malawan, 4 wins in the championship last year, 2 so far this year. But he hasn't won since the opening weekend of the season in Buriram.
Yeah, and he's got an 8-point lead in the championship. That's thanks to consistency. But he knows that he needs to get to the front of this group and see if he can do anything at all about the riders in front of him.
He's second in that second little group, the number 1. Ramdan Rosley still leading the way. It is a procession, it's 3 processions at the moment. Are people just biding their time? We are coming now to the 3/4 part of the competition. Ono is through, just ahead of Muzakir, who came alongside him. Ramdan from Vorapong, from Tayo, from Pirwat, that hasn't changed. Is Muzakir just biding his time, Barry Russell?
I think, yeah, he is. He's got a little bit more pace than Hiroki Ono, and I think we'll see that. Maybe he'll hold it back until the last lap. Maybe he'll try it at the exit of turn 14. Let's see. He has been very quick through the first sector, challenged as they go into, challenging every time as they go into turn 3. There's Ramdan, Vorapong and Tayo Saito. Tayo Saito still looking aggressive. Pirwat still holding station at the back of that group, just slipping off a little bit.
It's a very handsome looking circuit here at Zhuhai. The green. Oh, there's a double crash there. Double crash. Is that Vorapong and Ramdan?
Was down. I think, yeah, I think they were both
Ramdan
yellow,
and Vorapong, and
helmet.
they are not happy.
Yeah.
Neither is happy with the other there.
Flared
so they'll
there.
try and get up. Vorapong is furious. Ramdan, he's having a word with Vorapong Malawan. He is fuming.
Yeah, Marshall's come in to intervene, but yeah, it was Vorapong hit the back of Ramdan's Apache, and down they went. So that explains why Ramdan is so furious with Vorapong.
Vorapong is almost trying to apologise and saying, let's get on the bike and we'll talk about it later. Talk in inverted commas. A little bit of debris left on the circuit as well. But up at the front, Hiroki Ono comes through. And Ono will go into the final lap with a lead of 1/10 of a second over Muzakir Mohammed. The battle for P3 is between Tayo and Pirwat now. So Pirwat might get a result for that.
Right, as perhaps expected, Muzakir out-dragged Ono down that straight and into the first sector where he has looked quicker than Hiroki Ono.
Couldn't
Hiroki
hold it.
Ono coming back, no, he couldn't hold it.
Couldn't hold it. That sector, first sector, really has belonged to Ono. Muzakir, quick on sector 3 though. He had the fastest time on sector 3 last time out. He was able to get past, but has he got long enough on the home straight?
Yeah, there's a long, as you see, the rider's still being moved out of the way. There must be yellow flags waving there.
Ono leads the way. This is the TVS Asia One Make Championship final lap. Race 1 of the weekend. Race 9 of the campaign. Ono looking for a 4th win in 5, but Muzakir Mohammed is right on his tail, and Muzakir looking for his 2nd win of the season. He wants to get back into championship contention, and with Vorapong up the way, there will be a new leader.
Yeah, it's wide open. Let's just keep our eyes on this battle.
Ono slides and looks to have established a half-second lead as they come to the final sector. Down this long straight, there's a little kink in this straight, and this is the moment when, if Mazakir is to make his move, it's got to be now, but he's left it a little bit too late. Hiroki Ono is going to come through, and Ono makes it 4 wins in 5. That is impressive from Ono.
Yeah, Mazakir looks pleased with that. That was smart riding by Hiroki Ono. He just edged away as he needed to. He found a bit of extra speed when he needed it. He's a really economical racer, Hiroki Ono. He did just enough to make that a safe victory. Taiyo Saito came through in 3rd.
And Piawat, he gets 13 points for you. Is that his best result? No, he's had a couple of P4s now and a P2. But that crash between Vorapong and Ramdan Rosley is what we'll be talking about after we finish talking about Hiroki Ono. And what an introduction he's made. He is not out of championship contention if he carries on like this, Barry Russell.
No, he's not. That's 100, straight in with 100 points from a potential 125.
It moves him onto 100. It moves him to within 26 of Vorapong, who I'm assuming won't get any points unless he's got up on his bike and will trundle around.
Yeah, nice exchange there between the experienced Japanese Ono and Taiyo Saito, who's taken another podium in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Great ride from him, really aggressive. He had to work hard all the way through. He stayed out of trouble, stayed in contention.
Right, it's a 3rd podium of the season for Taiyo Saito and a wheelie to celebrate for Ono. We're getting very, very used to seeing that now from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, he's not a demonstrative character by any stretch of the imagination, Hiroki Ono. He does his talking on the track. Superb ride again from the experienced Japanese racer.
And as a result of what happened, KY Ahmed has come through for his best result of the season. The Indian racer coming up in P5. His previous best had been P8, which he had on 3 occasions, so a P5 is good. The championship's going to look really interesting when those results come up. Confirmation of the final result of the first race. It's Mazakir Mohammed, 2nd behind Hiroki Ono, 3/10 down. Good effort by the Malaysian. Saito, the young Japanese, in 3rd, 9 seconds down, beating off Piawat Potumyas. KY Ahmed ahead of Rusman Fadil in P6 for Indonesia. Chirant Vishwanath, his best result of the season, ahead of Deki Tiano Aldi, who'll be relieved, I think, that Vorapang and Ramdan both came a cropper. Darren Pob in P9. Arsiad Rusty, frustrating for him in 10, but he gets ahead of Jiang Zhuran, who'll be delighted to finish ahead of Kerwin Chang from Philippines. Ramdan and Vorapong, they crashed out in controversial circumstances, and I'm sure we'll hear an awful lot more about that.
Yes, we will. That's the first real bit of discord we've seen in this championship.
So the TVS One Make, it's produced its fair share of excitement for us.
It has. It's been a really good addition to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've always had good, well, not always, but we've frequently had really good One Make series. And there goes Hiroki Ono into Park Ferme, lines up alongside Mazakir, who attempts to strangle him to give himself an advantage tomorrow.
I think the strangling will go on elsewhere, and no doubt we'll hear a little bit about that somewhere. But Vorapong, it's so unlike him. He's been such a leader generally in this competition. For him to cause the accident, he just flew into the back of Ramdan Rosley as Ramdan banked for the corner.
Yeah, Ramdan's frustration was understandable. And in the heat of that moment, no apology was enough.
So Hiroki Ono, I tell you what, he is zooming up the charts. Mazakir Mohammed will have 128 points. Vorapong, I'm assuming Vorapong will be, I did not finish, no points. In which case then we have a new championship leader, and Ono comes to within 28 points of the top with 75 still to ride for.
Yeah, oh, plenty of drama here. I think that's the first time we've seen Warapong not at the head of a championship since this series started.
Looking sharp, like he's had a nice little ride out in the countryside. It is beautiful countryside as well. But Hiroki Ono is now 4 wins in the last 5, and that is championship form. I think we can go down to Daniel Bogas, who will get some reaction from the top 3.
So this race not easy. I push 100% every lap, but follow other one guys. But I keep the concentration and also keep the lap time. Then I fight the last lap just a little bit, but last lap I easy because I have a lot of experience. But anyway, I'm very happy to win. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Congratulations one more time.
Race highlights of the TOS Asia 1-make first race of the weekend at Zhuhai International Circuit, and Hiroki Ono, bike number 16 in the middle. He was second fastest in qualification, got off to a fast start, and once he was in the lead, we thought, Barry Russell, nobody'd really be able to catch him. We would be wrong, but only for half the race.
Only for half the race, but he did have something left, as we suspected, right at the end there, when he pulled out a gap when it really mattered in that final sector. But in the meantime, it was Tayo Sato that took up the chase. He was getting dropped, and then Muzakir Mohammed, the number 11 there, you can see, passing Saito.
Yeah, Muzakir Mohammed, the experienced Malaysian, was looking for his 3rd podium of the season. He was the only one who could keep up with the pace of Hiroki Ono, who said in his post-race interview it was hot out there. He had to work really hard, so credit to Muzakir. A little slide through to take the lead. He took the lead on 2 or 3 occasions, but each time Ono took it straight back.
Yeah, he always had something there, and he, in particular, he kept it for when it mattered most, as we said a moment ago. But with half race distance, there's a battle behind between
Warapong, bike number 1, and Ramdan Rosley, and that would be the big talking point. I'm assuming we're going to get the highlights of that, but Ramdan Rosley was in the battle for P3, and he's taken out by Warapong Malawan in P4. That opened up the space for Tayo Sato, and real aggression from Ramdan. He was not happy. Up at the front again, Muzakir gets into the lead. Ono, though, immediately takes it back.
Yeah, Ramdan's frustration, absolutely understandable. Lying second in the championship as he was, to be clattered off. He did nothing wrong.
But Ono was able to retake the lead, and by the time of the final corner, he was easing off just a little bit. He takes the win by 0.3 of a second over a good effort from Muzakir Mohammed. Muzakir seems pretty happy with his work. Coming in 3rd place, Tayo Saito, good result for him. But for the 4th time in 5 races, your winner, Hiroki Ono. Right, we're straight onto the podium. Tayo Saito applauds. Muzakir Mohammed takes his moment in the sunlight. And there is a very cool looking Hiroki Ono. He said it was hard work out there, Barry, but he looks really chilled and cool and in control out there.
Yeah, in the end, he seemed to acknowledge his experience as though it was another external force. But it's all his own.
Kimigayo, the Japanese national anthem, applauded warmly by race winner Hiroki Ono. Awards being handed out. This is Rudi Farik, the manager of Alpine Stars.
In third place, from Japan, Taiyo Saito.
Taiyo Saito, another podium for him. Second prize handed out by Mr. Maida Huang, the manager of A-Racer.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, Nanda, to present the winner's trophy.
And Kentaro Kobayashi, popular figure in the pits. Got to be nice to the man who provides you the tyres. And that passes out the award to a fourth time in 5 races for Hiroki Ono. Could he win the title from here? Could he?
Wouldn't that be a story joining in round 3?
Once again for the TVS Asia World Championship Race 1 winners.
Daniel Bogas, who's been doing the interviews, doing the emceeing as well. And there is your TVS Asia One Make Championship Race 1. Saito in P3, Muzuki Muhammad in 2. 3 races to go in the season. Hiroki Ono, if he wins all 3, has an outside chance, no, a good chance of taking the title. Photos in the sun, and the sun is coming up. It's a beautiful day in Zhuhai, the southeast corner of China, amidst the skyscrapers and the forests. And there is your championship leader, Muzuki Muhammad, leads by 2 from Vorapong. Deki Tiano just closed the gap to 120. Ramdan Rosley still stranded on 118. Piawat moves on to 102. But look at that man in P6, Hiroki Ono. 100 points garnered from the last 125 available. Taiyo Saito's podium moves him into P7. And Fugo Tanaka, an absentee here, remains 8th on 79 points. KY Ahmed improves to 63 points. Good performance by him. Arsyad Rusty, his day will come. He is going to get a really good result one day, Arsyad. Not here in Zhuhai. Darren Pobb, 11th. Kerwin Chang did not finish on 46 points. Jagan Kumar, an absentee here. Rusman Fadil picked up points on 29. And so the first race of the weekend is over. Really good way to get things underway. When we come back, we'll be looking at the Underbone 150cc's. You are watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Zhuhai in China. 4 of the Underbone 150cc. Somebody's down at the right at the very back. Nazrul Izzat goes through. This is where it's going to get fascinating. Akid is in the lead. 1, 2, 3, spin out. Look at this, it's Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz going for the line. Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz by a whisker. It is Akid Aziz.
Akid had the momentum coming across the line then. That was too close to call.
Clean start for the Underbones, and that's a solid start on the right-hand side. The purple Uma Racing colours are easy for all to see. Husni Zainal Fauti avoid the contact. Information why Iwaji Chiliksana is out. Sharp right-hander coming into corner 10. We're into the final couple of sectors again. There's a crash under pressure. 23 is Gupita Krishna. Gupita Krishna, the new leader, sliding out there is 43, April King Moscato. This is going to be Arai leads, or is it going to be another victory for Nazrul Izzat? It's Arai, he puts his arm up. I don't think he's got it, you know, I don't think he's got it. Close enough for you? That wasn't bad, was it?
That was pretty close. They're still talking about it.
Nazrul Izzat winning by 1,000th of a second and then losing by 1,000th of a second. Fabulous results out in Mandalika. That was 11 weeks ago. Now the championship carries on. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin is the championship leader by quite some distance, but there are 100 points still available. Right then, let's see what happened in the Super Bowl this morning. Some of the best of the highlights coming up right now. And in the Super Bowl, Barry, well, you were in the commentary position at the time, and our mate Nazrul Izzat Bahudin wasn't at his best.
No, he was the first rider out on track. The Super Bowl shootout this time was for the top 10 places. We had a different qualifying format for Underbone 150s that we don't have time to talk about at the moment, but he came out, he took an early provisional pole position, but the time didn't look like it would stick there at the top. And things changed as we went on. It was a good early showing as well from Fahmi Bassam and Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who's on your screen there.
Fazrul Sham would eventually finish in P9. Arai Agaska, who had that famous victory of the last in Mandalika, he would finish 10th because he didn't finish. Hafiza Rofa came in and he set what we thought would be a front row time. Hafiza a 2:01.828. Anything inside 2:02 on Underbone you think is pretty decent, but Hafiza didn't even get on the front row of the grid.
And there was Wawanwelo, who has been strong all the way through. He would not quite make it, but as he did in qualifying 2 this morning, it was Akid Aziz riding all alone. He set the session alight in qualifying 2, and in Super Pole, he got the fastest sector on his out lap, bettered it on his flying lap, and took a convincing pole position with a 2:01.064.
Shafi Grassol here coming in, he managed a P2, 2:01.064, remarkable. But Akid Aziz, he's been sensational all weekend. He's been quick, he looks like he's got the measure of this circuit, and a time of 2.0218 was nearly a second faster than anybody else.
That was phenomenal from Akid Aziz. It's a different story in the race, of course, when he has another 21 riders snapping at his heels. But let's see, we know the quality of Aziz. He's 2018 champion in Underbones, and he's been so convincing today.
Here is the circuit, which is a challenge, keeping within track limits on turn 14, the final corner, which is a lovely sweeping corner, and corner 4, surprisingly, which I think takes a lot of people by surprise, just how sharp it is, that left-hander, almost 90 degrees. So that's the challenge that the Underbone riders have got. Let's go down to hear from them. Daniel Bogas is on the grid.
So we're down here on the grid for the Underbone 150 race 1, and we're just taking in all the emotions going around, and you can see Akid here, poleman, he's ready. So we're gonna have a talk with Akid real quick. So Akid, beautiful message first of all for your teammate who's recovering, and also want to ask you, you were just recently crowned champion in your national championship. It's been a good performance, it's been a good week. Is it going to be a good race for you this time?
Okay, untuk overall memang saya bersyukur lah sebab dapat overall lah. benda itu memang kesenangan. Untuk race ni memang semangat overall tu ada untuk dapatkan podium di race Asia ni.
Thank you so much, Akid. Good luck. So the translation is more or less that there's still a chance in championship, even though Nazrul Izzat has a huge lead, but he will try and translate these good performances into a podium. So we're going to talk to P3 over here, Murabil Vitoni. I'm going to squeeze on this side. So Murabil, currently 64 points away from the top to Nazrul Izzat. Still a chance for the title, and we have a teammate right now, Araya Gaska from 10th. Is there a team plan?
Ya intinya kasih yang terbaik aja buat tim dan kru semua. Pokoknya di race 1 ini saya akan berusaha semaksimal mungkin.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. So basically the translation there is that he's going to try and use the work together and push on to try and fight for the championship. Anything can happen in racing. It's not over yet. 100 points available. And speaking of 100 points, here's someone who would love 100 points, Nazrul Izzat. So Nazrul, 19 points away from the championship title. How's this race going to be for you?
First kali saya cuba untuk buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah saya akan cuba menaiki podium dengan izin Allah. Amin.
So the translation was that he's going to try his best to get on the podium with the blessing from God. So last question I want to ask you is, in Superpole it was a bit tougher for you. How do you feel for this race now?
I try the best.
No need translation for that. Good luck, Nazrul. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much. Just a little explanation. Izzat Zaidi Salhan is getting the get well soon because he was involved in a really bad crash in a Cub Prix event. But he's on the mend, and he's an absentee here, but you can tell the riders are really on his corner. So good that he is on the mend. As to back on the track, Shafiq Grassel from one XOX TKR racing team, another of the very strong Malaysians in Underbone, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he was winner in round 1. And yeah, Team 1 XOX TKR, they have a really good rider lineup. Shafiq Rasul and Hafisa Rofa both won races. They have a stand-in for another injured rider, Fazli Sham. Great Fazli Sham, who's not here. He has Noor Hakim standing in for him. He's further back on the grid.
I think this is Hafisa, as you're mentioning, the one XOX TKR racing team. Hafisa got himself a P4 in the end. We thought his 201, 828 to be very difficult to beat, and then he suddenly finds himself a little bit down the grid. Then you've got Wawanwello, who's always competitive. Wawanwello, I do like the work of him. He's 4th in the championship standings, but hasn't had a good last 5 races. He's due a good race, Barry.
Yeah, he is due a good race, and he's one of 5 riders that is still within striking distance of this rider, Nazrul Izzat, for Uma Racing.
We say within striking distance. I think that's us trying to sell the event. This has been a remarkable season from Nazrul Izzat. 5 consecutive P1s or P2s, 3 P1s, 2 P2s in this crazy Underbone. That is just incredible consistency.
In Underbone, that is akin to sorcery, really. But he has been absolutely brilliant. There's riders looking on, Cal Vietnam on the right, and Azra Hakim Anouan on the left. Enjoying the view. They're going to be watching the timing lights as well. See how long the starter holds them.
25 starters on the grid. There's the great Yuzi. Photo bombing, I tell you. Kids these days, they don't respect the TV cameras like they used to. Right in the middle there is Shafiq Russell. Akid Aziz, though, on the... What colour do we decide that was? A sky blue?
Yeah, let's call it sky blue.
It's the sky blue of Akid Aziz. He has been just outstanding. But as you say, he's been on his own on the circuits. He's been able to set his own agenda. When you're in the midst of 26 riders, it's very, very difficult to really control a race, unless you can get out in front and stay there.
Yep, that happens very occasionally in ARRC Underbone racing, but let's see what happens. He moves off in the first now.
Yeah, you only ever happening once in Buriram a couple of years ago.
Afif Amran.
That's the one. And Afif is back, I'm glad to say, in the ARRC. He's as a guest rider in a different event. And so we will try to give you the start grid, but Akid Aziz is the man I'm going to keep a close eye on. He was beaten by a whisker at Mandalika. He's on pole here alongside Shafi Grassol, his fellow Malaysian, and Murabil Vitoni, who's been consistent and is in third place still in the overall championship standings in P3.
Yeah, Hafiz Arofa leads row 2 from Wawanwelo, and Nazrul Izzat.
Nazrul Izzat, the championship leader. Beyond them, you've got the young Indonesian, Fahmi Bassam, alongside Charles Shazras, who came off this morning for the Estremo Uzi Honda team, alongside Ahmad Fazrul Sham.
And in 10th place on row 4 is Araya Gaska, the young Indonesian. Next to him, April King Moscado, the fastest Filipino qualified. Next to him, John Emerson Inguito, his countryman for 4S1M Evo Yamaha.
P13, Afif Amran, we just mentioned, he's the guest rider for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, we've not even mentioned Wayu Aji. He's on row 6 alongside Pirabong Luboinpeng.
And Gubita Krishna is on row 6, together with Team Montreal's Pascon Sanluang and Azik Hamdan for Estremo Uzi Honda.
We move down to P19, Izam Ikmal from SCK Honda Racing, alongside Pachadagon from SCK Honda Racing, and Hazik Fairuz, he's another from Uma Racing who can cause an upset.
And Giancarlo Maurizio is down in 22nd. Next to him, Nguyen Antoine, and in 24th, the stand-in rider for Fazli Sham, Noor Hakim.
And Kutri from Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam, is down in P25. Look through that list, Barry Russell. I reckon genuinely there's 20 riders out there who could easily win this race. Definitely podium, but 20 could easily win this race.
Sure, I mean, look at Hazik Farouz and Giancarlo Maurizio in 21st and 22nd on the grid.
That's exactly what I was looking at when I was going down that list. I'm always astounded by the quality and competitiveness we have in Underbone. 2 real key points on this circuit. Turn 14, if there's a lot of traffic going around it, there could be a lot of incidents on turn 14, the last corner coming into the home straight, particularly if it's close on the final lap. Yeah. And it's a sprint, it's a 6-lap race.
Yeah, all action as ever for these Underbones as the field comes to their grid positions.
25 starters, apologies. Nazrul Izzat Bahodin, 5 consecutive P1s or P2s. He starts here in P6. Pole positions, the outstanding Akid Aziz. Keep an eye out on Wawanwelo. Don't forget Wayuaji Trilaksana. Bike number 60, the 2016 and 2022 Underbone champion. Akid Aziz, 2017 Underbone champion. Gupita Krishna, 2-time Underbone champion. 2014, 2015, champions and contenders galore.
Yep, that's it. Experienced hands, up-and-coming riders like John Emerson Inguito, like Murabil Vitoni.
6th lap of the Zhuhai circuit. Red lights, top left. Long pause. They are out now. And it's a solid start over on the right-hand side for Murabil Vitoni. He was a real wheelie. That cost him a lot of time. And Akid Aziz has made a nice little solid start. He's pushed out by Shafi Grassol. And the traffic catches up with Akid Aziz. He hasn't got the clean start he was after.
No, and from the outside, Murabil Vitoni made up for that early wheelie. I think he came through pretty strongly. Let's see as they sort themselves out as they come through turn 2.
Fiza Rufa was there. Akid Aziz has re-established himself back in the lead.
Oh, and there's one of the JRT bikes down, and
it's 3 down.
Oh, 3 down.
4 casualties. And that's a sore one. That's a sore one.
So that could be, is that 2 of the JRT bikes down? Let's have a look there. And running wide there.
Well, that's one of the 1X2X KKR racing drivers.
I think that
Noor Hakim.
Yeah, that's Noor Hakim.
At the front though, unchallenged is Akid, and that just makes it a little bit easier for Akid Aziz. Easier in inverted commas. Fahmi Bassam's made a decent move, bike 222. Keep a close eye on him. Well, Wayuaji Trilaksana was one of those who was taken out. Charles Shazras as well. Oh. And it was in a strange position. Obviously just the...
Yeah, it is Wawanwelo who is down. for JRT Pitt's bike. Frustrating for him.
We said that he was due a good time. He's hobbling. Here's how it happens, Barry. As they come round the corner, it's the second little tranche. Oh, he just loses it. His back end goes away. And that causes a concertina behind him. So Wawanwelo was in a decent position. They just need to clear the track, but Akid Aziz is safely through. He's all right. And he's got company up the end of Fajl and Murabil Vitoni. And Wayu Aji Trilaksana, oh dear. That is devastating for his outside hopes of a top 3 place in the championship.
Yep, he was really strong, fastest on combined times in free practice. Crashed in qualifying today. And now he's out of race 1.
Akid Aziz. Well, look at that, 5. A group of 5 of them have made a break. It's Hafiza Rofa leading the next little group. Pirapong Luboinpeng is amongst that group as well. But Akid Aziz has been outstanding all weekend. And with so much consternation going on behind him, he's in a position to maybe pick up a victory.
Yeah, he's not being allowed to get away so far. He's made his way back up to the front of that group, however.
Murabil's in that group. Shafiq is in that group. It is a short race. It's a 6-lap sprint. And Akid is taken here by Shafiq Grassol.
Oh, and Fahmi Bassam also looking really strong, really aggressive.
Shafiq Grassol, fastest sector 3 time. Fahmi Bassam very, very quick through sector 2. Hazik Farouz in the group behind. We mentioned him as an outside possibility of getting up to the front. He's fast through sector 1. But Fahmi Bassam is making us sit up and take notice today.
Gupita Krishna leading the group behind for the time being. The time being lasted about 2 seconds because I think that's Gupita who took over. Zeke coming outside of him.
Gupita, the experienced twice champion. He is in that second little group.
Yeah.
Have they got opportunities to come through? They're 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds down on the leading group, which is a long, long way in such a short race. Akid just beaten to the punch at the moment. Ahmed Fajrul Sham has the lead. 157 is Murabil Vitoni. He's in there. 3 distinct groups, Barry Russell.
Yep, and coming out of the exit to turn 14, you could just see Nazrul Izzat rehearsing the drag to the line.
That is going to be crucial. If it is only 5, it means that corner number 14 will be less difficult to negotiate. There is the gap between 5th and 6th. Hazik Farouz is making great strides. Hazik, he is putting in some good lap times at 2:03.17 his last lap. Gupita Krishna part of that group as well. So the second group are lapping faster than the first group of 5, Barry. This isn't necessarily over. This isn't a 5-man race.
No, this is like a peloton sucking in a little breakaway group at the front.
And also in that group, you've got the championship leader, Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. Remember, this is the fella who likes tight finishes at the end.
He says he likes them. But Gupita Krishna has got the job of leading that group behind.
And they are closing.
Yeah, they're smart enough to work together at this stage.
They are closing.
They'll start. The gloves will come up later. We've got 3 laps after this one. Akid Aziz moves to the front. He hasn't been allowed to get away.
They are long laps on the underbones, and as you can see, yeah, Gupita Krishna has got them right back there. Akid has a little look over the shoulder and goes, "We've got company, guys. It's not a 5-man train anymore. Make that train about 10 or 15. Akid leads coming into this corner. So this will come to be the end of lap number 2. Akid Aziz, who was fastest, who's had a terrific weekend. He just leads going over the line, but Fahmi Bassam has performed pretty well so far. And there's less than a second between 1 and 9, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and look how those positions change as they drag up towards the finish line out of turn 14. Fascinating stuff. Fastest lap so far belongs to Nazrul Izzat, championship leader.
Don't you love Underbone? It's just fantastic.
Everybody loves Underbones.
Akid Aziz, where's he? He's dropped back a little bit there. He's dropped down to P6 now, so he's been caught up in the crowd. He's been really quick. When he's been allowed to have a free go at this Zhuhai track, he's been really quick, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. Nazrul Izapahudin's right up there as well. Bike 87 right in the mix there. And the championship leader, 136 points, 57 clear of anybody else.
Yep, and that chasing peloton has caught up, so there is just one massive group at the front once again.
Hafiza Rofa and Shafi Grassol in the green of one XOXTKR racing team are leading the way. 87, Nazrul Izzat. He's just quietly moved himself up into P4.
Yep, Gupita Krishna just chopped in front of him, but Nazrul well positioned. He will already be thinking, I'm sure, about that run to the line, the exit to turn 14. Shafiq Rasool leads them through.
Up into P3 now, Nazrul Izzat. He used the green livery as kind of a, you just give me my timing schemes. Let me come through right at the end. This is almost what it feels like. Gupita Krishna tries to get in the mix as well as they come up to this congested turn 14. Oh, that's tight going in there from Fazrul Ahmad Jam, and that's where there could be a problem. Nazrul Izzat just stays out of problems here. We're beyond halfway. 2 laps to go. 4 of 6 completed.
Yep, Hafiza Rofa moved himself through in the late stages in that final sector and almost gets to the front, but it is Nazrul Izzat who leads them in this penultimate lap.
I saw number 50 from Cardinals Racing, Afif Amran, coming through there. He's another more than capable of working his way, of using his elbows, of sorting out the congestion. There he is right in the middle, the sky blue, the teammate of Akid. Is he there to escort him home? He gets a bashing, does Afif Amran. Manages to stay on the bike. Akid, he's got his own elbows out with Hafiza Rofa. And Gupita Krishna comes in to separate the two Malaysian boys.
Gupita on really good form. We've seen him on the podium a few times. And he looks confident.
Akid leading the way. Nazrul Izzat, we're keeping an eye on him as well. He can win the title today. 19 points is what he needs. 57 clear. 100 points available in the rest of the season. Unlikely to win it today, but you never know. 1.5 laps remaining. It is still Akid Aziz who leads the way. What he has done to his bike and his setup is remarkable. Alongside him, Hafiza Rofa, bike 24, Shafi Grassol, 122 in the green livery. Gupita Krishna is still there. Those 4 being very consistent at the front, but Nazrul Izapahudin not too far behind on bike 87.
Pretty consistently lurking there in P5. Nazrul.
13 bikes within 1 second as they come round turn number 14. Akid has got a little bit of leeway. He's leading the way. Gupita Krishna in P2. But it is a lead of half a second for Akid. That won't last very long.
It probably won't, but if anybody can capitalise on it, it will be him. Hafiza Rofa is going with him. Gupita Krishna, sorry Des.
Juan Weller looking on, my apologies. I'm getting excited as Akid Aziz. He is able to hold on through that corner 1. 13 more to negotiate. It is a splendid effort from him. Behind him, Nazrul Izzat is in that little group. Look out for bike 87. He is the master of timing. His confidence is sky high. Mind you, so is Akid's, because he's won his domestic championship recently.
Yeah, Hafiza Rofa, Gupita Krishna, Nazrul Izzat.
Uma Racing looking on. Look at the bikes, and we will. As Gupita pushes down to P4. Akid Aziz is still holding on. Bike 13. It has been a remarkable weekend for Akid. Surely he can't lead from the front. Now Nazrul Izzat, bike 87. He makes his move.
Just step by step, isn't it, for Nazrul, as it looks at the moment.
1,000th of a second either way in the 2 races at Mandalika 11 weeks ago. And he's looking poised once again. Gupita Krishna comes and takes him. Also coming through is Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Still Akid Aziz in the sky blue. Leads around, and we're now getting to the real business end of this competition. Akid has got the lead. There's this little kink in the road, and then we come to turn 14. Akid is flanked either side. Akid, does he have the right line going into turn 14? Akid Aziz, bike number 13. He has the perfect line. Can he hold it? Akid Aziz is able to hold on. Akid looks back, and Akid Aziz takes a fantastic victory ahead of Ahmed Fazrul Shafiq Rasul and Gupita Krishna in P4. Remarkable from Akid.
Fantastic stuff from Akid. It was to form, but it's so difficult to pull off a win like that, to win from the front as Akid has just done. Nazrul is that championship leader, pushed down into 6th. He got a little bit boxed in that final sector. Fazrul Sham being really strong all weekend. Shafiq Rasul, same. Gupita Krishna finished 4th. There is half a second covering the top 10 finishers and 0.7 covering the top 13. Standard stuff for Underbone 150 racing with ARRC.
It is astonishing stuff, isn't it? There's your winner, Akid Aziz. He's had his setup right all weekend. Since free practice 1, he has looked in control. He set some extremely quick times in practice on Thursday and Friday. He was good this morning, got on pole, won Super Pole, and now he's won the race. And for Underbone, 0.91 of a second is a veritable mile.
Isn't it?
Confirmation of the result. Akid Aziz takes it ahead of Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Shafiq Rasul from 1X2XTKR Racing Team. Gupita Krishna, bike 23 on the Yamaha Sniper, alongside Hafiza Rofa. Uma Racing's Nazrul Izzat Bahodim increased his lead to 54 points up at the top of the standings. Murabil Vitoni, good points, good performance for the LFN rider. And Fahmi Bassam as well, he also impressed in P8. Hazik Farouz, keep saying this kid's going to win a race sooner rather than later. Pittabong Luboingpeng in P10. Ahmed Afif Amram, welcome back. Good to see you in P11 for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. Izam Iqmal from SCK Honda getting the better of Hazik Hamdan. And the points for Pascom in P15. And Arai Agaska in P15 for LFN. Carrying on, April King Moscado. For once, the Filipinos didn't really get up at the front. Giancarlo Maurizio, 17. Pachadagon, 18. Noor Hakim, 19. And the Vietnamese racers Antoine and Hoi Troy down in 2021. Emerson Agito. He came off in that early crash, which saw the end of 4 races. Included in that, Wawanwelo, Cheryl Shazros, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Surprises all the way through, except perhaps for the winner.
Impressive. Also, a really good result. You can see how pleased Ahmed Fazrul Sham is.
Yep, he was superb in free practice yesterday.
It's his first podium. In fact, I just need to take you through Ahmed Fazrul Sham's results this season. P4, out of the top 15, did not finish. P12, out of the top 15, injured, and then missed the last 2 races. So this is a fabulous performance from him, but an even better performance from Akid Aziz.
Yeah, Akid Aziz there being waylaid by his jubilant team as he tries to make his way into Parc Fermé. He's there now. Big grins all round.
First win of the season. And if he carries on like this, it won't be the last. Racing flag draped around the shoulders. We'll be seeing that in just a moment on the podium. And I think Daniel is down in the Parc Fermé, and hopefully he can get an interview with the winner.
We're down here in Parc Fermé after, as usually, a very interesting Underbone 150 race. That last time, Shafiq, we saw you come out of nowhere. You were with the front group, and at the end you finally got the podium. How was it, Shafiq Rasul?
Pertama kali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pasukan saya 1X2XTKR Racing Team kerana sediakan motosikal saya pada minggu ini dalam keadaan yang amat baik. Pada perlumbaan tadi saya cuba untuk berada di kelompok hadapan saja. Saya tak nak duduk di belakang dan saya try push sampai di last lap. Saya try di last corner tetapi saya ditutup sedikit dan saya berjaya mendapat tempat ketiga.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. Congratulations. The translation there was that he planned to stay with the front group thanks to the team, and also he managed to try and fight for the front but got squeezed out. In second place, the unbelievable Ahmad Fazrul Sham. We saw your line into the last turn. It was really fast. How was the race for you?
First kali syukur Alhamdulillah dengan nombor 2 ni. Dan saya rasa faktor yang saya menang ni memang tim yang membuat motor saya dengan keadaan yang agak bagus. Dan last corner tu saya rasa saya confident dengan motor saya dengan yang agak laju ni. Dan saya dapat tempat kedua. Besok saya akan cuba lagi yang lebih baik ya.
Thank you so much, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. Congratulations once again. The translation of that was he thanks to the team. The team is the reason why he won, and he trusted the bike in the last turn and he made it stick. And then victorious, Akid. It was the perfect weekend for you. You led that race for a lot of it, and what a perfect ride that was. Tell us about it.
Okey, syukur Alhamdulillah, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada tim kerana motor kali ini memang baik lah. Memang baik lah kalau bagi saya kan, sebab every season tu kita yakin lah, cuma dapatkan setup sikit lagi untuk race 2 ni untuk lebih yakin. Saya ingin terima kasih kepada family saya, lepas tu yang support saya, kawan-kawan saya yang banyak mendoakan saya, dan jangan lupa doakan Izzat Zaidi lah.
Thank you so much, Akid. Congratulations. Translation was that he's happy with what happened in the race. Set up for race 2 will be done, and get well soon to Izzat's ID. Congratulations, Akid.
Highlights from race 1 of the weekend at Zhuhai in the Underbone 150cc. Akid Aziz, bike number 13, had made an outstanding weekend. He was on pole position after Super Pole on the Sky Blue on the extreme right. He got off to a solid start. In the end, he'd go through and win, but he had to work hard to secure that win, Barry Russell.
Yes, he did, and it was a bit of a wild start for Murrell Vitoni, but he had enough time to correct it. Next thing that happened was 4 leading riders.
Wamanwelo it was who took out Gupita Krejna. 4 riders of who had chances of maybe making it into the top 3 in the overall standings. Well, their race came to an end. Meantime, the championship leader, Nazrul Izzat, he made his way through as Wayu Aji Trilaksana went out. Uma Racing looked on anxiously. Nazrul, you stay out of trouble. We don't want you to blow a huge lead that you've got in the championship standings. In the end, although we thought he might come through and make a challenge to take P1, I think he's happy with a P5 or P6.
I think he is. That was a championship chasing performance. Points are more important than taking big risks to get another win.
Okay, as the race comes through, we're seeing that Akid Aziz, bike 13 was there, and his teammate Afif Amram got a scary little moment. Wawanwelo says, I wish that was me out there getting bumped like that. Gupita Krejna comes in. He tries to make his move. Gupita would get himself a podium position. Bike number 23. Nazrul Izzat there in the purple of Uma Racing. As we say, he looks fairly happy. He's in that group there, but he doesn't really push it. As they come into turn 14, there's no real pressure from Nazrul Izzat. Akid Aziz gets this absolutely perfectly, Barry.
Yeah, Nazrul keeps himself out of trouble. Akid Aziz even has time to look around, to check the margin. The margin is handsome by Underbone 150 standards.
It's a full 100th of a second. So Nazrul Izzat happens to come in P6. Akid Aziz very happy to take the victory. And now for the podium.
Another podium for Shafiq Rasool.
And your race winner from Malaysia, from the Cardinals.
And a very, very happy Ahmad Fazrul Sham. And an even happier Akid Aziz. This has been a terrific couple of weeks for him. Domestic champion and now winning on the Asian Road Racing Championship.
Please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia.
Nagaraku is happily accepted by Akid Aziz. Sometimes in a racer's life, things come just perfectly. You win your domestic title. As the guests, Emma Han, the director of Zhuhai High-Tech Industrial Development Zone, looks to give the prize. The winner will be presented by Stefan Maki-Karapie, the FIM Asia president, who's a real supporter of the Asian Road Racing Championships. Shafiq Rassol picking up P3. Second podium for Shafiq, third podium for the season for Shafiq. Ahmad Fazl Sham, where did that come from, Barry Russell?
He's been good all the way through this weekend. He's got on really well with Zhuhai International Circuit. I wasn't surprised.
Akid Aziz, nobody was surprised. It's just, you've got to execute. And that's what he did superbly, Akid Aziz. Perfect positioning going into the final corner. This is Emma handing out the team award to Cardinals Factory Racing Team. Great to get the support of the Zhuhai High-Tech Industrial Development Zone. And it's really good to be in Zhuhai, actually. The weather's been kind to us. The racing has been excellent. And there is your Underbone 150cc race number 1 result. Shafiq Rassol, P3. Ahmed Fazl Sham, P2 for Pitspike. And the winner, Akid Aziz. And what price a double tomorrow?
A double in Underbone 150s. Well, it's been done.
Najul is at 146 points, 54 clear of Gupita Krishna, 59 clear of Shafiq Rassol. So that is an almost insurmountable lead, but this is racing. Akid Aziz moves up to P4 on 82 points. Hafiza Rofa, 81, level with Murabil Vitoni. Wawan Wello crashing out on 72. That was disastrous for him. Izzat Zadi, sad to say he was an absentee. Hopefully he's on the mend though. He's on 60 points in 8th place. John Emerson and Gito, as he said, the Filipinos haven't really taken to the Zhuhai track. We'll see what they can do tomorrow. Wayo Aji, he crashed out. Hazik Farus, another good performance. He's on 46 points. Arai, great youngster to have on board for LFN on 39. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, 34 points. Hands off to the veteran. Izam Ikmal, 71 points for SCK Honda. April King Moscado on 30 points for Uma Racing in P15. Okay, as the residents of Zhuhai look down on this fine circuit, we're going to head off to a little break. That's 2 down, 3 to go. When we come back, we go up to the Asia Production 250cc. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from Zhuhai International Circuit in China. We are underway, race 1 of the weekend, race 7 of the season. We'll keep on
and down goes Aiki Yoshi.
The answer is yes, as Herjan Atner comes through to take the race victory. Back-to-back wins for Herjan Atner. P2 to Aldi Satya ahead of Wayne Groho, and Reza Danica drops from P2 to P4 on the final 2 corners. Red lights go out, and Herjan Atner is off to a decent start. Aldi Satya goes very, very wide and cuts off.
And over he
Aldi
goes.
Satya is out. The man under most pressure, as is Reza Danica. Danica goes from P2 to P5 in one corner. There's Reza Danica. Tries the slingshot through, takes the tight line. Kiandra's part of this battle as well. And the win will go to Herjan Atner. Herjan Atner, 3 wins in a row, but P2 is the real battle. And P2 is held on by Reza Danica. It's the Astra Honda Racing Show in the 250cc Asia production. Let's see if it carries on here at the Zhuhai International Circuit. It is round 5 of 6 of the season. And the 250s by Russell very much has been Astra Honda, but rules in the 250s are counting against them as we come into the last 4 races of the season.
Yeah, so the 2 leading contenders, Herjan Atner and Reza Danica, separated by just 6 points, and both carrying rev cut equalizers on their bikes, which on this fast Zhuhai circuit has been making a difference.
Let's see what kind of a difference it made in the qualifying session, which happened earlier on today. We'll always keep an eye on the Astra Honda Racing 1-2-3 as Reza Danica, the championship leader, on 155 points. Herjan Atner third house on 149. And there they are in 1-2-3, but the limiter causes them just to lose a little bit of time. And it means that the likes of their teammate, Veda Eger-Pratama, comes into play. And with 4 races to go, 100 points up for grabs, even though there's a big lead for Reza Danica in the championship, this is by no means a done deal.
That's right, and we did see, you saw Reza Danica run off there. We saw him make a few mistakes because he was pushing so hard to compensate for that disadvantage that he's carrying.
It allows the likes of Cal Vietnam to maybe make a statement. Wouldn't it be great for Vietnamese racing if Cal Vietnam would be able to get himself a top 5 position in the championship standings? Or Jakrapat from Thailand. There are opportunities for the likes of him and Tanat and Maglada to really make a play for a top 3 position in the overall standings.
Yeah, and one of the other things that we can look out for, Des, is the resurgence of the Yamahas in this class, because again, you know, dynamic rule equalizing, regulation equalizing has enabled them to get on terms with the Hondas and Kawasaki's. There is Veda Eger. He was at the top of the timing screen for most of this time. That was Jakrapat who went down. It was a fast crash, but he bounced up pretty quickly. The bike went back quickly to the pit box, and they repaired it pretty quickly too.
He got into P2, actually, did Jakrapat after that, but once again, we keep saying it's the Astra Honda Racing story. That's exactly what it turned out to be. We're watching Jakrapat here. He's confirming after that crash that he was able to come through into P2, but even then, he was nearly 0.8 of a second down on Veda Eger-Pratama, who took pole position. Fairozi was fastest for a long time. He would finish down in P8. Irfan Ardiansa on the Kawasaki's. They didn't impress particularly either. So once again, despite all of our hopes, it won't be Astra Honda Racing dominating. It is Astra Honda Racing dominating.
Exactly. Well said, Des.
I mean that in a neutral way, of course. It's good to have competition. But Astra Honda Racing are 1, 2 and 3 in the overall championship standings. 4 races to go. This is the circuit. Now, I pick out corners 4 and 14. Anywhere else that you think is particularly difficult for the AP 250 races?
I think the when you flick left on turn 4 is oh, you mentioned turn 4, but those loops, turn 7 and turn 11, and also turn 8 and 9, where you have to go switch from the right side of the tyre to the left. Those are all challenging, and the biggest challenge, of course, is that fast sweeping final turn.
It's a beautiful challenge, that one is. And that's Barry Russell's view of the circuit. Let's go down onto the grid. And Daniel is talking to some selected riders to find out what they make of the circuit.
So we're on the grid now. We move from underbones onto tank bikes. And speaking of tank bikes, here's a lad that's very good at it. He's fresh off a really hot streak in the Asia Talent Cup. And we're going to ask Veda Ega one very important question. So you have Jakipat and Muklada in the front row with you. Are you going to help Reza or Herjun, or are you going to go for the win?
Yes, I will do my best and I want to win, but I must go right through for this race. And yes, I will do my best for this race.
Definitely, you can do miraculous things and we believe in you. Good luck, Veda. So we're going to skip over 2 places to the very left of the front row. And we're going to talk to number 44 from Honda Racing Thailand, Muklada Sarapuech. And we're going to try and get a quick word with Muklada. She's just taking some photos right now. Thank you. So, Muklada, currently you're out of the championship fight, but Jakarta still has a chance. So, is there a team strategy for this race?
Yes, I believe start free practice. I believe to bye-bye to my team. But maybe my team work hard for this race in China, and I'm very happy. And I believe I do my best for this race, and I hope to the winner. Yep.
Thank you so much, Muklada. Good luck for this run. And now we're gonna head a couple of rows back. We're gonna skip for a while. We have all the Hondas. Row 1 Honda, row 2 Honda again. But we're gonna go to the Yamahas. The Yamahas are at the back there. And in P9, we have a very rapid Wahyu Nugroho. He was great in practice, but they fell a little short in qualifying. So we're gonna get a quick word with Wahyu. So Wahyu, right now, yeah, there's a slight chance for the championship title still. P5 in combined practice. You look strong in the circuit. How do you think this race is gonna go?
I don't know, but I will do my best to get the best result. Of course, fight for podium, and yeah, I hope the wish me luck.
Is there any tactic with your teammate right there?
Nothing. We just want to do our best to get the podium.
Definitely, well said. Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much. Yes, very interesting that the variety that we're getting. Just wish me luck, says Ryan Nugroho. No team tactics, says Veda Ega. That's the confidence of youth. He's had a terrific season. He's an up-and-coming youngster. Alongside Veda Ega on the front row of the grid, one of your pals, Jakarpat. You always have a shine for the Thai riders.
And then you've got, sorry Des, then we got the riders like Reza Danica and Herjun Atna next, who have got carrying 1,000 RPM rev cuts.
This is Herjun Atna, who's on a terrific run of form. 3 consecutive wins for Herjun Atna, but that the rev cuts limiter will cost him perhaps. Or is he good enough? He certainly is confident. He's got 5 podiums in the last 6 races. Up on to P7, Cal Vietnam. Honda Racing Vietnam. He's picked up points right the way throughout this season. He's had a P4, a couple of P6s. It'd be great to get him up on the podium.
Yeah, he's in good form. We know he has a good bike these days. And there is Ferozi Torakatula, who's been strong in the last few races. The regulatory tweaks have helped put the Yamahas on level terms with the Hondas and Kawasaki's.
Ferozi alongside them. Ferozi for a long time was fastest in qualification. He wouldn't be able to in the end. Ryan Nugroho, you mentioned, he's P7 in the championship standings. 1 podium and a P4 at Mandalika, so just coming into form, Ryan Nugroho. And as we have a look at the grid being cleared, it's warm out there, Barry. You can see the heat haze. It's not stifling, it's good conditions. We've had hotter, of course. I'm surprised, though, that the Kawasaki's haven't shone in this. Irfan Ardiansa, he came off this morning, didn't he, in practice?
Yes, he did, yeah. And Daniel shared with me a little earlier that track temperature was recently measured at 45 degrees, hence the heat haze. It's not a bad temperature for these Dunlop slicks.
Younger Samar Kintal from Honda Racing India, and Idlan Hakimi, another of the very, very good young Malaysian riders coming through. Hidematsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team for Idlan Hakimi. And then after them, you've got the second of the Motul Sniper, Kawasaki's Aiki Ayoshi. And I really was expecting a little bit more from the Kawasaki's, particularly with the limitations on the top Hondas of Reza Danica bikes 123 and Herjan Atner bike 46.
Yeah, certainly expected more from Irfan and probably from Aiki Ayoshi too. But they've qualified down, so they've got some work to do.
It'll be a 10-lap race. And 30 seconds. It's 22 starters. Nitian actually may well start. No time from Nitian. Just need to see if bike number 95 is part of the agenda. I can't see 95 on the track there. Interesting, in the qualifying track, turn 14 causes all kinds of problems. Laps deleted, time deleted due to a track limit at turn 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 12 deletions all took place on track on turn 14. So this is the formation lap. Bike 89 in the middle, Wayu Nugroho trying to make us sit up and take notice of him on the Yamaha. And we'll work our way through the starting grid. On the front row of the grid will be Astra Honda Racing's youngster Veda Ega Pratama on pole position, 2/10 quicker than Jakrapat for Honda Racing Thailand, alongside McLeod Sarabwech.
And in fourth place, Reza Danica RN's next to him, Herjan Atner Firdaus, the championship battle between those two, and Muqtada's teammate Tanat Longpliao in sixth.
Onto the third row of the grid, and 7 Hondas on the first 7 places. Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Team. Then the first of the Yamahas, Fairozi in P8, and Wayu Nugroho, his teammate Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P9.
Irfan Ardiansyah qualified in 10th next to him. Good qualifying performance for Kevin Quintal for Honda Racing India. Idlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda in 12th.
P13 on row 5 of the grid, Aiki Ayoshi for on the Kawasaki Ninja, alongside Warit for the East NJT Racing Team, and Zhuhai Chamtup, also his teammate in P15.
And the third of the East NJT racers is in P16, Watcher in Tub Timon. Next to him, Liu Chun Mei, and alongside him, Leong Nan Tze.
P19 belongs to Mosim Paraban, the young Indian for Honda Racing India, alongside Irfan Haikal, Idemitsu Bunshu Honda's number 2 driver. And then Gao Ziang from Clover Racing Team, who's one of the local wildcards.
Yeah, saw him crash earlier on in P22, Duk Tan, and we hope alongside him, there he is, Nitian, number 95.
Easy to pick out in those colours. Safety car, just make sure there are no stragglers. AP 250, 10 laps of the circuit. That's the corner that could cause all the problems. Even the safety car takes it nice and easy. Veda Ega Pratama, very confident he was in the interview with Daniel earlier on. Have you got team tactics? Nope, I'm going to go for the win, he says. Forget my teammates.
Yeah, to be fair, the best thing he can do for his teammates is win. Take points away from the other contenders.
It'll also put him right back into contention as well.
Absolutely.
So 100 points to play for. Reza Danica bike 123, 155 points. Herjan Atner 149. Veda Ega Pratama 100 points. The flags go. Then we have the red lights. 10 laps of the circuit. It's around about 4.5 kilometers in Zhuhai, and we are underway, and it's a solid start in the middle from Jakrapat. It's a lovely steady start from bike number 20. And he has taken with him Tanat as well, his teammate, but Veda Ega also just slides in nicely into P2, but nicely done from Jakrapat.
Yeah, Muqtada too moved across and got herself, held up grid position. She goes through in third. A little dust being kicked up there, but no harm done behind them.
It's very spectacular, that dust being kicked off. Well, coming through very, very quickly, Veda Ega Pratama. He was a 150.1. He was only 1/2 of a second quicker than Jakrapat. And I'm really hoping that Honda Racing Thailand can be truly competitive today.
Yeah, and the two Yamahas of Ferozi and Wayu moving up as well.
Nitian from Victor Racing, one of those at the tail. And Gata Yang from Clover Racing, the local racer. Good to see them on board. There is the Zhuhai skyscrapers being built. There's a lot happened since we were last here in 2019. As Veda Ega once again takes Jakrapat through, and Maglada happy there in P3. Wonder what we're going to get from Maglada today. She's had such a mixed old season, a lot of DNFs against Maglada this season.
Yeah, well, you're going to get 100% for her, but you don't know what that 100% is going to look like.
Hopefully it's a controlled 100%. Coming through there, bike 46, Herjan Atna. Remember, he is looking for a 4th straight win and a 5th win in the championship this season. That's bike number 46 in P2 at the moment. Jakrapat and Maglada either side, like a guard of honour, astride of Herjan Atna Third-House. We come through to the end of lap number 1, and this is impressive from Veda Ega. He's been able to just take a chunk of time away, and he'll have a relatively comfortable lead. It could be almost a second.
Yeah, what those Yamahas of Wayu and Ferozi need to do is to make sure that they don't get gapped by those Hondas in front of them. They caught up a little bit on the straight, but there is a danger that those front 4 Hondas could start to ease away.
A bit squiggly, to use a phrase that I'm stealing from you earlier on today. It was Maglada, but isn't she always? But look at this work from Veda Ega. Gosh, she is racing away. It was half a second at the end of the lap. It must be up to a second now, Barry.
Yeah, full of confidence. Confidence, gearing up his undoubted ability.
Kawasaki is still struggling. Yoshi, bike number 37, and Elfin Ardianza, bike number 16 on the green Kawasaki's. I was thinking that they might be able to make an impression here, but no, it's Astra Honda once again. They are absolutely bossing this season. Chakrapat holds on, just gets on the inside there of Herjan Atna Third-House.
Yeah, and Mukladar is taking up the front position of this chasing group, and she's got one of the Yamahas with her. That's Ferozi's.
He was good. He looked very good for Ferozi. Only finished P8 in the final qualification as the two Kawasaki's at last begin to make their move. Idlam Akimi is in there. 50 is Kevin Kintal from India. Really looking forward to seeing if an Indian racer can make it up to the front end of the grid. Kevin has shown some promise as McLaren.
Oh, and down goes.
Is that Herjan Atna?
It's Razor.
No. I'm trying to pick up. It looks like Razor.
No, it's too tall.
Herjan Atna. I believe that might be Herjan.
Yeah, that's Herjan.
Herjan Atna was looking for 4 in a row, and he is out. And that is what you call a disconsolate walk to the bike. Bike number 46, you can just see beyond the broad shoulder back of the spectator in front of us. And bike number 54, Veda Ega Pratama, blissfully unaware of what went on behind him. It is indeed confirmation Herjan Atna is out of the race.
Yeah, it's one of the Bunsu Hondas getting out of shape there. The two Kawasaki's of Efren Ardiancia and Aiki Yoshi running together. Let's see if they can catch up with that big second group that we've got there. Also in that second group, we haven't had time to talk about him yet, is Cal Vietnam. Tanat Long Piao is in there.
This is the leader is Veda Ega.
Big lead there for Veda Ega. He's got Jakrapat behind him. Mukladar is moving up the inside of Jakrapat. Ferozi for the time being pushed down into 4th.
It's a big old lead he's got here. What are we looking at the moment? 3:43. Gosh, it's 1.5 seconds, pushing up to 2. I know it's very, very early in the race, but Veda Ega Pratama, he is keeping his promise to us. What are you going to do, said Daniel. I'm going to go for the win, and that's exactly what he is doing. Behind them, bike number 36, Fairozi, is the best of the Yamahas. McLeod is in that little group. Jakrapat is in there as well. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 very congested bikes. They've got to work together.
Yeah, they have. These guys need to work together. Whether they will or not is something else. But just looking at how those bikes performed on that home straight, interesting to see that the Yamahas were pretty much on even terms with the Hondas. Cal Vietnam getting out of shape on the way into turn 3, I think that was.
We've seen a couple of moments there as the Kawasaki's look behind there in their own little individual race, Irfan Ardiansa and Ayoshi. As we keep looking back at this next little group, Warrett's in there, Idlan Hakimi, Heikel, Watcherin, Kevin Quintal. But he's in a race of his own, and he's just increasing it. What's his times? A 1:53 last time out, so it's only a 10th quicker, but it was a 10th quicker based on a second and a half already in the lead. Behind them, are this group working together or are they racing? Jakrapat is leading the way.
Yeah, he's got Reza Danica just behind him. This is sensible stuff from Reza Danica. He can use the Thai rider's slipstream to make up to some extent for that top range rev disadvantage that he's got. Ferozi hanging in there, Mukladar just behind him, Cal Vietnam just behind her.
Cal Vietnam with another creditable performance, but this is an outstanding ride in the early stages anyway from Veda Ega Pratama. Remember, this is a young kid. This is still a kid in the Asia Talent competition, and his lead is 2.5 seconds. Oh, going off there is Wayu Nugroho, and he's axle deep. He wants to get out. He wants to try to get back onto the circuit. That's going to be a lot of sweat and a lot of guts to pull that one out.
Yeah, disappointing for him. He's had a really good weekend up until that point. Mukladar trying to make her way up towards the front of that group, which is led by her teammate Chakrapat, who's been taking some of the Honda Thailand glory away from her.
The Kawasaki is still chasing. Irfan and
Aiki is
Aiki
just dropping back a little bit from Irfan. Irfan on the podium last time we were here. He was an Astra Honda rider then. Look at this lead. It must be about 4 seconds now.
Latest casualty is Irfan Heikel from Bunchu Honda Racing. And the guys are maybe just pushing it a little bit too much. The track can be a little bit tough on the tyres. Let's see what happens to Irfan Heikel here. Oh, it's a contact with Kevin Quintal.
Yeah, Quintal wanted the line and he took it, unfortunately at the expense of Irfan.
Hopefully just a few scrapes and bruises. Kevin Quintal, he stays up there. In many ways, his coaches, while not condoning that, they'll be happy to see that Quintal is strong enough to hold his line. As this battle for P2 sees Jakrapat and Maglada, the Honda Racing Thailand teammates, go 2 and 3, but they're 3.5 seconds down, 3.64 down. Veda 4.5 seconds down now. This is an exhibition from Veda.
Yeah, a nice little tussle behind them among four bikes.
It'll move him really back into championship contention, but I quite agree with you. Bike number 1, 2, 3 there, Reza Danica Arons. You just get in the double digits in points. You do that in the last 4 races, particularly with Herjan crashing out here. That means that Herjan has got 20 points to catch up on you.
Yeah.
And you are in a strong position to take the title.
Yeah, Reza's clever enough to get himself on the podium in this race, provided he stays somewhere near where he is now.
Irfan Ardiansa from Astra Honda. He and Ayoshi are still having their little Kawasaki battle for supremacy. Behind them, Maglada is leading this battle for P2 ahead of Jakrapat, and there is Reza Danica and Fairozi. I like Fairozi ever since Underbone days. He's a good competitor.
Yeah, he is. And what I really want to see is to him put a really good race together. We're halfway through now, and it's looking really good for the young Indonesian.
Yet to post a podium this season, Fairozi.
And another one down. And that, who is that? Is that Cal Vietnam?
65 it is indeed. Cal Vietnam. Oh, that's frustrating.
Second DNF of the season.
Gosh. And he's normally so consistent, Cal Vietnam. Well, he didn't pick any points up in Mandalika last time out. He won't pick any points up here unless he can get back on his bike and finish. The lead is 5.8 seconds for Vader over McLarder. Reza Danica in that little group. Fairozi moves now into P3. It can be a little bit hairy going into that first corner. We've seen a lot of people overshoot and come into the gravel trap at the end of turn 1.
Yeah, correct. And here they come through turn 2.
Battle for P2 remains what we are focused on. We'll tell you that Vader on the Astra Honda is still leading by the country mile, but McLarder always competitive. Right then, there is a ride-through penalty.
For Vader Eger.
For Vader Eger. So that will really affect things. That will be purgatory.
So we're not done. The ride-through is going to cost him
20 seconds.
Yeah, yes. I was going to say a good 30 seconds.
Yes. So this is effectively your battle for the lead. So the ride-through penalty is for an incident that took place on the last lap in Sugo, if I recall.
Yeah, he wasn't at Mandalika because he was on Asia Talent Cup duty. So a little frustrating for him, having pulled almost a second a lap on the rest of the field so far.
Well, for the remainder, that means that we approach the halfway point. Vader still tries to establish as much as a lead as he possibly can, and that is an impressive lead that he's got. When will he take that ride-through penalty? Probably next lap, 2 laps, give himself at least an opportunity to try and pick up some points.
7.4 seconds the difference that time around. I guess he's going to come in next time.
Reza Danica has the inside line. Jakrapat is relegated down to P4 from Reza. Fairozi in the Yamaha in the blue just carries on, keeping his position.
Yeah, if I were Reza, I think I would stay right where I am, because he could, given what's happening with Vader's ride-through, he could even win from that.
Remember, Herjan Atnaferdhaus crashed out, the man who is the main rival for Reza Danica's championship. McLarder Sarapwek, who has had 3 did-not finishers and an out of the top 15 position, as well as 2 podiums this season. That is a mixed-up season for McLarder Sarapwek.
As we were saying, you know you're going to get 100%, but you don't know what the 100% is going to look like. At the moment, it looks good.
Bike 44, that's McLarder. Bike 123, Reza Danica. Bike 20 is Jakrapat. Honda Racing Thailand, all on his own, and he'll be very, very much on his own when the ride-through comes through. A couple of warnings for bikes 11 and bike 19 for not respecting the track limits. You're quite right, he's been very conservative, and he's not normally a conservative racer, is he?
No, but he knows he needs a bit of slipstream to help him.
Here's the ride-through. This is the ride-through for Vader Eger Pratama, and this will be purgatory.
Yeah, 30 seconds of frustration as he listens to the other bikes go past.
Urge to go on. There he goes. There is him coming out. That's going to be hard to take. So he'll still come back in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He'll still be ahead of the Kawasaki's if he can accelerate quick enough. He will have the line, and the Kawasaki's just zoomed past him. That was an interesting one. He had to pile on the brakes, but Vader Eger. So he drops down to P8 from P1.
Yeah, there was an order change while we were watching Vader Eger go through on the front straight, as Jakrapat got himself back to the front.
Reza Daneka's gone with him.
Yeah, Reza Daneka remained stationed behind the leader of that pack, and this is the leading pack now. Muqaddar is in third and Ferozi fourth.
I suppose we really should be looking at Reza Daneka now. He's already got 3 wins, 2 second places and 1 third this season. He's never been out the top 5. Doesn't look like he's going to be out the top 5 here. Indeed, there is a possibility, even though with the limitations, he could be en route for podium number 6 of the season.
Yeah, he could win it from here.
Chakrapat leads. Ferozi's just quietly locked in there. He hasn't overworked himself.
That's Tanat riding a lonely race behind them. He hasn't been able to catch up. Veda Ega has got in front of the 2 Kawasaki's of Irfan and Aiki Yoshi.
Where's Veda gone? Where's Veda Ega gone?
Veda is just in front of the 2 Kawasaki's.
So he has, and he's just got ahead of Tanat as well. Tell you what, we're on to the final lap. It's probably too little too late, but you can see Veda Ega coming through. He's got ahead of Ayoshi. Tanat is in 5. Here is Veda Ega, and this is despite a ride-through. He's still in P6.
That's quite something. That is quite something. And as they started that lap, Muqaddar moved herself into the lead, but look at this, Reza Daneka is going early on the final lap into the lead.
Astra Honda Racing, Reza Daneka, we can't keep Astra Honda out of the headlines. Muqaddar, Bike 44 and Chakrapat are there. Ferozi has just been tracking every move though. Don't count out Ferozi, don't count out the Yamahas. Muqaddar's the new race leader. Yeah. Right on the wheel is Reza Daneka Arens in the Astra Honda.
Yeah, she went on a tight line and pushed Reza Daneka to the outside to take that lead. There she is in P1 for now. Reza Daneka in what I think is an ideal position for him to win this race from P2.
Still got work to do. Got this double left-hander. Awkward part of the circuit. Muqaddar still the leader. Reza Daneka tracking every move that Muqaddar takes. I'm still keeping a close eye on Ferozi as they come down onto the final sector. It will be all on the final corner. There's a little kink in the road here. Muqaddar tries to escape the shadow that is Reza Daneka, and Reza Daneka goes on the inside. Reza Daneka squeezed out by Muqaddar Sarapwech. It's a race for the line, and Muqaddar Sarapwech has got it. Muqaddar holds on to take the victory from Reza Daneka and Chakrapat. Mohamed Ferozi in 4, Tanat in 5, Veda Ega a brilliant 6 despite a ride through. But well done, Muqaddar Sarapwech. It's a long time since we've seen you on the winners' podium.
Yeah, we should have seen her on the winners' podium a lot more often than we have, and there's a nice little jig from Honda Racing Thailand. You can see how much that means to them. Brilliant ride, you have to say, from Reza Daneka, with that rev limit coming through to take 2nd place, and 2 Thai Hondas on the podium. Chakrapat was 3rd, and it was a good race from Ferozi Torakatule. Not on the podium this time, but not very far off it at all.
Reza Daneka, bike 123 though, that's great for him. In the championship standings, he will increase his lead because Herjan Atner crashed out. Veda Ega, well, the young kid, despite the ride through, still gets 10 points. And as for the Kawasaki's, disappointing for them, but you did call this. You said this was an opportunity for Honda Racing Thailand, and both Muqaddar and Chakrapat have taken that opportunity.
They have indeed, and Tanat came through in P5, so this was a really good race for Honda Racing Thailand. But that will mean a whole lot to Muqaddar Sarapwech. Veda Ega, P6, after a ride through.
So Muqaddar's crazy season has a P3, a P2, and now a P1 alongside 3 did not finish us. Reza Daneka, another P3 for a P2 for him That's his third of the season. Jakrapat in P3. Fairozi 4. Tanat in 5, as you say. Veda Aga. What promise this young kid has got. Don't write him off completely. And the two Kawasaki's of Aoshi and Irfan Ardianta, 7 and 8 respectively. A long, long way off the pace. Idlan Akimi for Bunshu Honda down in P9. Warrit and Watcherin for East NGT Racing Team. They had their own little battle. That was pretty tight between them in 10 and 11. Duktan finishes 27 seconds off the pace in 12. Suhatai 13. Kevin Quintel, who had his own brush with the odd rider or two in P14. And Liu Chun-mei of Chinese Taipei in 15. Outside of the points but finishing are Leong Nang-se, Mosin, Nitian, Gao Ziang, Cao Vietnam did not finish. Neither did Irfan Heikel, nor did Wayu Nugroho. And Herjan Atna, that was the big casualty. Crashing out, that has really opened up things for Reza Danica Arans. He will move 26 points clear of Herjan Atna in the overall championship standings. But for now, the story is this girl, and I know she's a big favourite of yours, Barry Ritz.
Well, to be fair, I'm a big favourite of hers. But there she is. This will mean a whole lot to her. And a whole lot to Honda Racing Thailand, because they've got two of them there in Park Fermé. Crazy season, as you said. Congratulations from Dunlop.
I think the congratulations were make sure you wear the cap.
Yeah, that could have been a word there.
And well done. Great job. Big hug. I know those two spend an awful lot of time talking about the racing, planning, and for Maklada.
Yeah, she's going to have the flag draped around her. She's looking emotional.
Well, you said we'll get 100% from Maklada no matter what. This is the really good 100%. And as we look at the helicopter about to take off, Maklada's about to take off, and hopefully Daniel is down, ready to take off with an interview.
Down here at Park Fermé for the AP250 race run. With me here from P3 is Jakipat Putisan. Jakipat, that was a tough race. We saw the battle from the start, and it was a fantastic ride by you and Maklada for Honda Racing Thailand. How was the battle for you?
Today, my battle is not good. I tried to push hard, but I have some qualify. I crashed in the qualify, and I hurt my hand. Yeah.
So are you planning to go into the next race with a different setup, or are you planning to go into the next race with a different setup, or just try to fight again like today?
Yeah, tomorrow I will fight for win.
Thank you so much, Jakipat. Congratulations once again on P3. And in second place is none other than the fast man from Astra Honda, Reza Danica. Reza, it was a very difficult race this time round. You and the other Hondas, but wow, what a performance it was. We saw you trying at the last lap, but it just fell short. Could you talk us through that last lap?
Yeah, I'm happy today race, not my expectation, can fight in top group, but this our job. Thank you to my team. Thanks for support in every moment. Also my family in home. Thank you for everything. See you tomorrow.
It was a tough weekend for you, but brilliant ride, Reza. And victorious, Maklada Sarprej from Honda Racing Thailand. Welcome back to the top, Maklada. That was quite the ride. It was an unbelievable fight. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, for the race, amazing. But can overtake Reza and Jakipat. But then finally, last lap, I think for the winner, but Reda, yeah, and come to long lap. Yes, yeah, very happy for to this race. Finally, thank you to my team, thank you for my fans, thank you my family, and tomorrow I hope to win again.
Thank you so much, Maklada. Congratulations once again.
Highlights of the first race of the weekend of the AP250cc. And it was a fast start from Jakrapat Patisan for Honda Racing Thailand in the middle of your picture. But an even better start from Veda Ega Pratama, bike number 54. The youngster, though, would go out and take a huge, huge lead, but he had the knowledge that he had a ride-through penalty to take later on in the race. And so whilst establishing that lead, I think Veda Ega, he was just trying to produce the impossible, a victory with a ride-through.
To be fair, at the end, finishing in 6th with a ride-through was a bit of the impossible. Brilliant ride from him. And he was almost a second a lap faster than the competition over the 6 laps before he went in.
Astra Honda have got things absolutely right, but there was genuine competition from Honda Racing Thailand. That battle for P2 as was for so long until the ride-through was brought in. And the ride-through was because of an incident that happened in Sugo 2 races ago. That's Herjan Akner, very unlike him, chasing a 4th straight win, crashing out. No fault of anybody else other than Herjan.
No, I think he might just have touched the back end of Ferozzi's bike, but it's not clear from that angle.
Quite a lot dropping out. Ryan Agrohu's disappointing season continued for the Kawasaki boys as well. They were a long way down. Van Heikel, he went out into the gravel trap as well, and Kevin Quintal was responsible for that one. Good strong shoulder from Kevin Quintal.
Yeah, he's a well-built lad.
And this is the ride through that changed everything. So we knew it was coming. He took it on lap 8 of 10. When he came out, he was just behind the Kawasaki's. He was good enough to get past the Kawasaki's, but couldn't get onto the podium. That race was between Maklada Sarapech and Reza Danica. Reza Danica looked like he was going to shadow Maklada, but then he came to the final corner, Barry Russell. And Maklada was good enough and strong enough and fast enough to take her first victory.
She foiled Reza's plan to slipstream through and take the win. And absolutely ecstatic at the win. Long time coming, it seems, since the last one for Maklada.
There is your winner of the AP 250, Maklada Sarapech. And we come on to Jakrapat, who was surprisingly downbeat in his post-race interview. Reza Danica was surprised with P2 in his post-race interview. And Maklada was delighted and said, we'll see you tomorrow, in her post-race interview.
Yeah, and in championship turns, Reza got a gift from his teammate and championship rival Herjan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand.
Thai national anthem, very, very proudly received by Maklada Sarapech. He said it's been a crazy old season. Remember in Sugo, she was involved in a couple of incidents, but now standing on the winner's podium. Prizes to the winners being awarded by Kentaro Kobayashi from Dunlop, that's Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited. Jakrapat picking up P3. He was really downbeat in his interview, Barry. It's his second podium, but his first since Buriram in the opening weekend of the season.
It's a positive sign that he was downbeat about that, because that shows how much confidence he's really got in himself.
Reza Danica, well, bonus upon bonus upon bonus. The ride-through he knew about, but Herjan dropping out. That's a real bonus. He'll increase his lead at the top of the standings. But Maklada Sarapech, what a season. 4th, 3rd, did not finish. 10th, 2nd, did not finish. 17th, did not finish 1st.
That's it, the ups and downs of racing.
Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President, handing out the Best Team Presenter Award. And it goes to Honda Racing Thailand. And they worked very hard for it. A good team behind the scenes.
Yeah, really strong team all the way through, some real depth in the coaching staff and everything else.
So there's your 3-2-1. Jakrapat from Honda Racing Thailand, Reza Danica from Astra Honda, and our winner for the first time this season, Maklada Sarapech.
A big thank you once again to Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi and Mr. Stefan
That
Maki.
is a big smile for Maklada. Reza Danica increases his lead at the overall championship standings to 26 points over Herjan Atna. Veda Aga 65 points adrift. So it is possible he can win the race tomorrow, the championship tomorrow. Unlikely. Ayoshi on 85, Maklada up to P5 on 79, Jakrapat up to P6 on 75, Irfan Ardiansa 72, Wahuna Groho, he found the gravel trap. He is down in P8. Fairozi, P4 for him. His best result of the season is on 56 points. Khao Vietnam missed a chance to pick up more points today. That's unlike Khao Vietnam not to complete the race. Irfan Heikel crashed out as well. Tanat's best result, 43 points. Idlan Hakimi crashed out, he's in P13. Watcherin and Warrid for East NGT Racing. Respectable performances throughout this season by the Thai riders. Okay, that is 3 races down, and we've got the big boys getting ready next. The Supersports 600cc. That is coming up next on the Asia Road Racing Championships. We are on round 5. We are in Zhuhai in China, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. Underway. Bunchu Honda off to a solid start. There is Abe holding on to P6 at the moment. That's better from Minamoto. So the and then he's forced to stand up. Minamoto as Chip. We're on board with Caroline Power as Minamoto goes through on the inside. Goes on the inside of Caroline Power, and then Abe. Final lap. It's Azroy Hakim. Now then, Helmi has made his move. And Helmi Asman takes the lead for the first time. Helmi Asman, 4th in the overall championship standing, is looking to pick up his first win of this season. And it will be Helmi Asman who holds on. Helmi Asman takes it from Caroline Dempawi. Race 8 of 12 of the season, and it's underway. Nonetheless, Helmi Asman leads. Minamoto loses P2. Helmi Asman. Oh, right at the back, 3 down. Caroline Dempawi is under pressure from Andy Mohammed Fadli and Ibrahim Noruddin. 32 is out. Nakarin goes wide. Minamoto is able to turn into corner 17 and will drive out for a first win of the season. Sojiro Minamoto takes the victory from Chip Nakarin at an Enchapucha at the 103. So Soichiro Minamoto is beginning to make a move in the Supersport 600cc victory last time out at Mandalika. This is round 5, where the Zhuhai International Circuit, the 600cc competition, really is hotting up very, very nicely. I think we've got 5 genuine contenders for the title, Barry Russell.
5, yeah, we have. It's really, really tight behind the championship leader, Karolidon Paui. He's 26 points clear, but he starts from 10th position on the grid this afternoon. Okay. So he's got some work to do.
Let's find out exactly why he starts from 10th position. Let's have a look at the qualifying highlights that took place earlier on today. So in those highlights, Mike,
see a whole group of Yamahas, but that was very early on in the session. Andy Fadli ran off.
That was Shah Jun Tong as well, who had a difficult time here. This is Shah Jun Tong, bike 222, and when you high side, it's always naughty because the bike follows you down the circuit. Yeah. Red flag, it meant there was a longish stop, which can affect you mentally, but when we came back out, this is Minamoto. I think he looks a really good rider over the last couple of races. Had a P1, a P2, a P3, and a P4, culminating in that P1. He's looking like a man in form.
Yes, he does. He looks confident, aggressive on the bike. He's literally taking the bumps in his stride of this Zhuhai circuit and sees the way he can handle them, perhaps as an advantage.
Azroy Hakim Anwar, he took 2nd place on the Boonshu Honda, a lap time of 1:36.858. That would have been a new lap record until Helmi Asman decides to smash that as well. He puts in a 1:36.751. Seriously quick from Helmi Asman.
Yep, another really good qualifying performance. He did it on front medium rear tyres. He didn't use a qualifier. Same approach as in Mandalika. There is Kito Abe.
Abe had a frustrating time. He could only finish in P9. Nakarin from Honda Racing Thailand, he'd end up in P5. He's 3rd here, but he would fundamentally end up in P5. And this is Karolidon Paui. Now, you mentioned that he'll only be on P9. He's not the best qualifier generally, but P9 is a long way down and a long way off the pace.
It is a long way back. We have seen him recover from poor grid positions before. Nakarin was looking really good until the very final stages when he got shoved down 1, 2, 3 places to the to the middle of the 2nd row.
After all of that, there is your pole sitter, Helmi Asman, who also happens to be 5th in the championship standings and won race 1 in Mandalika, followed up by a did not finish in race number 2. Karolidon Paui, he had only an 8-point swat, a P8 last time out in Mandalika. After a whole series of successes, had 6 podium finishes in 8 races so far, Karolidon Paui. That's why he's the championship leader. This is a tough course. It's technically demanding, as well as the flowing corners through, particularly around into corner number 14. So lots and lots to talk about, and let's go down to the grid and find out who Daniel has found to talk to.
And here on the grid now for the intermediate class. It's big boys, but not as big as the Premier class. Supersport 600. Let's spin around and look at who's on 1st place. Pole position, Helmi Asman. So Helmi, it's a big question now. 26 points the gap between you and your teammate Kip. So in qualifying as well, you were the faster rider. Is the plan to try and fight it for yourself, or is there going to be teamwork going on?
Yes, for sure. I'm not thinking about the championship. I just do my best for every race. I try to get for win every race. So I hope I can finish on the win.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Good luck for the race coming up. So we're gonna scooch over now to P4, just behind Helmi over there, to a Yamaha with a very, very fast Soichiro Minamimoto. Soichiro has been rapid all through practice and qualifying. He did a fantastic P4. Soichiro, currently this is quite a good week for you in the circuit. Qualified on P4, and the championship leader currently is the second row behind you, 2 rows behind you actually. Now, what's the chances of you fighting to the front in this race?
Yes, in qualify, feeling was much better, and I feeling so okay. Race one also maybe good riding. So yes, we just only pushing, follow the Honda, then try to win.
There's still a chance for you in the championship, so this is the opportunity to close the gap. Is your mind thinking about the championship or just the race?
For me, not so thinking for championship. So because keep is a little bit different. So yes, just our target is each race of the win.
Thank you so much, Soichiro. Good luck for this race. And now we're gonna skip right over. I had to jump over some cables there, but sorry. We're gonna go to Chip Nakarin. So Nakarin is been strong this weekend. So Nakarin, you were very fast in the practice sessions, breaking the lap record, but in qualifying it fell a bit for you. What was different in qualifying?
Yeah, in qualify I am improved a little bit, but I don't slipstream some rider, just go by sail, and I think all rider lap time quite similar. I will try my best.
What's your feeling for this race right now going in?
Yeah, feeling confident.
Thank you so much, Nakarin. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Dan. Yes, that disqualification in Sugo really is hurting Chip Nakarin. He's 26 points off the lead held by Karol Idampawi. And in a 12-race season, you wouldn't expect one race to have that much of a difference, but that DQ really has hurt.
Yeah, he's nearly always in the top 4. He's always picking up the big points. Chip Nakarin. There is Azroy, who's had a miserable run of luck, despite that big grin on his face. I fancy him for a win this weekend because there's some kind of revenge race in him that's going to take it to the rest of the riders here. Adananta Putra came really strong, really late, and it showed good character because he had a couple of crashes yesterday. So big respect to him for coming through the way that he has. There is Ratapong, winner-up, the 2018 champion. This is the best qualifying we've seen from him this season. He's on the second row.
Remarkably, Ratapong has yet to have a podium. A P4 is his best result of the season, Ratapong, and that came in Malaysia. And now we move on to Ibrahim Noruddin. His brother had a famous 600cc showdown last time we were in Zhuhai. Memorable.
Yes, he did. Ibrahim's been struggling with setup. Let's see if they've got that sorted out for the race. Galang Hendra is next to him. This is one of the better showings we've had from Galang, although he's down in 8th place on qualification times. It's very, very tight in this class.
He's for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and then alongside them, this is Kito Abe in P9. On XOX TKR Racing, Abe 4th in the championship. He had a great time in Sugo on home soil, a P1 and a P2, followed by a P4 and a P5 in Mandalika. So falling just a little bit off the pace, but very capable of taking a victory here.
Nice touch there. He just pointed to the Noguchi sticker on the front of his mudguard at the front.
And then the championship leader, Karol Idampawi. If he's good, he's sensational. He's P1 or P2. If he's bad, he's a long way down. A P8 and a P12 to his name. The 2014 Asia Dream Cup winner, plus an awful lot more, Karol Idampawi. And alongside him, Andy Mohamed Fadli, who in this step up to 600s, he's struggled, but he'll learn race upon race upon race, the Indonesian Andy Mohamed Fadli.
And in timing terms, he's much closer to the top riders than he was in previous races.
Okay, there is just been given some information by Dunlop, the riders. There's a new spec of the rear tyres which is the pink racing tyre, and several, including Adanantra, Nakarin, Ratapong, Galang Hendra, are all using the new kind of tyres.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a 180 by 60 rear tyre, so it's a little bit smaller than the ones they have been running. That
So
should
wear
be
and tear.
So it'll be a little bit lighter. That's not, yeah, wear and tear. It'll be a little bit lighter, but the main thing is it should enable them to turn faster.
Silver Sleeves racing team have got two racers, Zhao Fenglong, who's giving the cheer, his teammate Li Jinfei and Jia Yifeng. Great to see the wild cards coming in, a little bit of local interest. Zhuhai, it's a cracking little circuit. There's a load of garages behind the pits to the left of that shot. A load of teams working on bikes and cars. It's regularly in use, this circuit, and it's great for the ARRC to be back here for the first time since 2019. And so far, so good. The racing has been spectacularly good.
Yeah, the nature of this circuit, the stop and go design and the sweeping style, plus the humps and the bumps on it, all make for really interesting competition.
30 seconds on the clock. It's 4.3 kilometers this circuit, and Helmi Asman from Bunchu Honda Racing is on pole position alongside his teammate Azroy Hakim Anwar. And Adnan Chaputra, as you say, great character to come back from two crashes to be on the front row of the grid for Astra Honda Racing.
Yeah, leading row 2 is the exciting Soichiro Minamoto, Nakarin Atura Puvapat alongside him 5th, and the Ratapong Willerot on the outside of row 2.
P7, Ibrahim Noruddin, who you and I both say must put in a good race soon for Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team Asyam. Galang Hendra, bike number 99 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, alongside one XOXTKR Racing's Kito Abe from Japan in P9.
And on row 4, P10, Karol Idampawi, championship leader. Next to him, class rookie Andy Mohammed Fadli, Panasonic Kawson T for Honda Racing Thailand in 12.
And then Jia Yifeng from Jim 777Y Racing, alongside Lin Jife from Silver Steed Racing and his teammate Zhao Fenglong. And I'm not sure if Sha Juntong has actually made the starting line.
I'm not sure, but he has been fast. He was unlucky with that crash in qualifying. Hopefully he's made it to the starting grid. Let's keep an eye out for him.
When we get going, it'll be 12 laps of the circuit. Right to the back there, that's Zhao Fenglong. Those are new, those buildings, since we were last here 4 years ago. Things happen quickly in China.
They certainly do. There's a tunnel near here that wasn't here before last time either. That would have taken decades of planning and protests in the UK before that could have happened.
And the Macau-Hong Kong Bridge is spectacular. You can see it on the way to the circuit. Not from the official car, not from the circuit itself, but the surroundings of Zhuhai make it a spectacular setting. And we've had a great welcome from the organisers here at Zhuhai. So we're just following the safety car at the moment. I don't think there's any significance in this. Everybody is out on the circuit.
Yeah, it's one of many manufacturers that outside of China we're not so aware of, but a very sleek-looking electric car. When you watch the doors open, they open up like wings. So it's a little bit like being in the future. We're at a 30-year-old track, but in some ways, being here in Zhuhai, this high-tech industries is like having a little taste of the future.
Yeah, it is a very high-tech city. Cash is not really used here. Okay, onto the bikes, onto the present. And this is interesting. Helmi Asman on pole alongside his teammate Azroy Hakim Anwar. And then bike number 21, Adnan Chaputra for Astro Honda Racing. On the left of that screen in the red livery. Second row, Minamoto, who I think we've all got our eyes on. Chip Nakarim, who sounded confident in his pre-race interview, and Ratapong Willerot is too good to stay down for too long. Lights top left of your screen. When they go off, we will be underway. And it's a good start from Azroy Hakim Anwar. Also coming through is Minamoto. Oh, and a right to the back. That's the one XOX. That's Kito Abe. Abe is off right at the very start.
And I think that is Panasonic that's gone down with him.
Kito Abe, spectacular. And glad to see that he walks away disgruntled, but that bike is going to take an awful lot of repairing, and his race is done, not even past the first corner.
Yeah, I think the other rider is Panasonic. We'll wait to confirm that. But out at the front was Helmi Asman, who's converted his pole position into an early lead on lap 1.
It's Chip Nakarin. I tell you what, I was looking for Nakarin. No, 21's there. Where's Nakarin? Bike 41. So he's coming back into the race, Chip Nakarin, but wow. That is huge. Number 2 in the overall championship standings and taken out on the very, very first corner. Back on his bike, but it must be a damaged bike.
I'll tell you what, I think there's a section of the tail there that's flapping around. He might get a technical flag to tell him to come in. In the meantime, all he can do is damage limitation.
Minamoto, in the meantime, has got himself up into P2. Here's the meat in the sandwich of Bunshu Honda. Helmi Asman leads. Adananta is a little bit further down in P4. And bike 20, Azroi Hakim Anwar. Let's go back and have a look at what happened. And if it was Chip Nakarin, it meant that he was going backwards, Barry. Do you want to analyse this?
Yeah, let's look at Nakarin. There he is, coming through the middle. He kind of cut across. Perhaps he just caught Kito Abe in that kind of melee.
Nakarin only had eyes on getting back on his bike. Kito Abe, well, I think he knew his race was over as soon as he did the somersault and he saw the state of the back end of his Yamaha.
Yeah, unfortunate for both riders, but I think that was the doing of Nakarin.
Up at the front end, it remains Helmi Asman, who's in P1. He's chasing a second victory of the season after it did not finish last time out at Mandalika. Minamoto, whose form has improved, and look at this. Up from P9, Khalid Pawi. We've said sometimes he hasn't qualified too well. He's been a mixed bag in qualification as the Abe bike is towed away. That is some deep gravel to dig that bike out of. But Khalid Pawi has got himself up into P5 here, and that's great news for him and his championship hopes.
Yeah, and a lot of distance left for him to improve. And if he can't get up with the front group, he's got Adananta Putra of Astra Honda. He was in front of him, and now he is behind him. So up into P4 after just 2 laps is Super Kip, who started from 10th on the grid.
Good little battle up at the front. Minamoto putting pressure on Helmi Asman. And Khalid Pawi is chasing now in P4. It's Bunshu Honda Racing in 1, 3 and 4 now. Minamoto, he's used to taking on the odds though. He won last time out at Mandalika, Minamoto.
Yeah, there's the flappy bodywork. It doesn't look like it's going to fly off, but I'm sure race control will be having a look at the back of Nakarin's Honda, but really tight between these 3. That could allow Khalid Pawi to get up with them and challenge for podium position or indeed the win. That would be my expectation.
They're coming up to turn 11 and 12 here. This is almost the U-turn. It's a sharp right. And then they have this longest straight with a little kink before you come to this lovely sweeping final corner. Lovely line coming in from Helmi Asman, still holding the lead. Helmi from Minamoto. And happily placed there is Azroi Hakim Anwar.
Khalid Pawi, so let's look at him. He's
still 4th.
1.4 seconds.
Minamoto,
back.
new race leader. Gone through on the outside. He's not going to get any help. He's not got any teammates. It's not like the Azroy and Helmi Asman scenario. He's got to do it all on his own.
Yep, Azroy will get past Helmi if he can as well. He's got some catching up to do after his miserable luck, which includes 3 DNFs this season for Azroy.
Yamaha leads, Honda in close pursuit. Sharp right around this lovely picturesque course. I love it when there's greenery in the background. Sponsors getting good sideboards in there, but it's Minamoto who's getting a good sight, and Caroline Paui, who is closing, I think, Caroline Paui. He was same time, he's lapping the same time as Azroy Hakim. 1:37.4s just, so he's lapping as quickly as the front three. And he's taking Adanantra Putra, who we haven't really mentioned. He's going along happily in P5.
Yeah, my expectation is that Caroline Paui will catch up. Hopefully Adananta can make it a five-way fight.
And Galanghendra and Ratapong Willarot, they're in 6 and 7 respectively, as Minamoto loses out to Helmi Asman, who was impatient to retake the lead. That's a glorious sight, isn't it? 3 in a train at full pace going past the main stand. And Minamoto drops from P1 to P3.
And Azroy goes through.
Azroy, new race leader for the first time. There is Caroline Paui. Is he one of those who had that new selection, that pink tyre? Yeah. I am wondering about the wear and tear on the tyres on these longer races. 12 laps this race for the 600s.
Yeah, Caroline Paui is on the pink tyre, the new tyre. And Ratapong in the chasing group is as well, and so is Adananta Putra.
But neither Helmi nor Azroy Hakim are.
The 3 leaders, no, they are not on the new tyre.
That's interesting, that's interesting. Let's see about the wear and tear, because it could well be coming into play. It's really tight between these 3. We're going to get one of the Kawasaki's perhaps being lapped here. That's
Zhou Fenlong.
Zhou Fenlong, yes, from Silversteed Racing. So that might just complicate things just a little bit. I'm sure he knows to get out the way. I'm sure he knows to get off the racing line. And credit to him, he's hugging the line as they come through into turn 14. Ooh, then he goes to take the racing line, and that could complicate things for Minamoto. Zhou Fenlong, well, he's pretty quick down the main straight, to be fair.
That's not a slow bike, is it?
So he just hustles in. He has been lapped, which just tells you how good the top racers are, because the wild cards from Silversteed Racing, Zhou Fenlong, Li Jinfei and Jia Yifeng, they're all highly regarded in China.
And he's having a play, isn't he?
Caroline Paui's having a serious play. He's got right up to the back end there of Soichiro Minamoto. We are approaching halfway. At the end of this lap, we will be halfway through this 12-lap race. A little bit of a squiggle there from Azroy Hakim Anwar. Last lap, 1:37.4. That was a quick lap from him. Caroline Paui, 1:37.3.
Yeah, fastest man on the track now is Caroline Paui, making up for that lowly grid position. And just about on terms here, and we're not quite at half distance yet.
A lot of changes still can happen.
Yeah, and tyre wear will come in. The fact that he's running one of the new tyres is going to come into play as well. So intriguing stuff, as well as a tight on-track battle.
I mean, obviously they've tested the tyres, but it is still a gamble.
Yeah, you're going with something different than your main championship contenders, so that's a gamble. If he hadn't been starting from P10, he probably wouldn't have done it.
But he was, and he is, and Azroy Hakim Anwar at halfway leads by 2/10, just 1 second, less than a second between 1, 2, 3 and 4. 3 of those belong to the colours of Bunshu Honda, so often the champions at 600cc. And then between 4th and 5th, just 1.2 seconds down to Adnan Chaputra. Adnan Chaputra's not out of this. And how are the Yamahas? They're lapping 1:38. It's a little bit off the pace.
Yeah, all three together from 6th to 8th. Yeah, all doing early 1:38s.
Sharp right-hander. Khalid Mpawi. Wonder how much tyre he used in getting back level with these three. Because he was best part of a second down, and he's negotiated his way up that second over the last 3 laps or so. Midway through this race.
Yeah, with this abrasive track surface, the tyres will begin to get a little bit sketchy now after 6 laps. And who is that down? Is that Andy Fadley?
Andy Mohammed Fadley, possibly. Kalanghendra is still there. Oh no, it's one of the... It's the Yamaha of Jia Yifeng.
So pushed it a little bit too hard. But he's okay.
Jim 77Y Racing. And coming through.
And we've got a red flag.
We have got a red flag. That bike was on a really, really awkward line, I can assume. Jia Yifeng is out of the race. The red flag is there.
Oh, it's so frustrating at half distance.
Now let's hope it's well, firstly, let's hope it's not a serious injury to anybody. It didn't look like there was. And
yeah, the rider walked away without any kind of limp, so I think he's all right. It's probably just a question of the bike.
The position
and maybe
of the bike.
some debris being on the circuit. Hopefully, no fluids.
We had a long stop before in practice earlier on, in qualification actually earlier on, when some oil was laid over the track, but the staff got into position and cleared it up very, very quickly. So that's frustrating for Azroy Hakim and Helmi and Sachiro and Khalid Mpawi, because they'd done all the work. They got away from everybody else, and now they're going to have to start again. It's going to be over a much shorter sprint race.
Yeah, and that's putting Kip at a particular disadvantage, because he's going to start from further back, depending on the regs for the restart, whether they go with race position or with grid position. Let's see.
Interestingly, the best lap is from Ratapong Guillerot, a 1:57.2. So Ratapong and Galanghendra, the longer this race has gone on, and was he on the new tyre? Ratapong was on the new tyre, wasn't he? Yeah, it was only the leading 3 who weren't.
Yeah.
So red flag means there will be a restart. We're waiting for information from race control as to when and how everybody comes into the pits. They're going to have to clean the track. And so for now, everybody is coming into the pits. And just get a little bit of a rest.
Shake of the head there from Helmi Asman as he got off his bike. You can feel the frustration there. And then obviously frustrating for Azroy, who made his way to the front. He's feeling finally I can make up for some of this bad luck.
3 DNFs in his season, 1 win. But there's nothing you can do. This is racing. And if there is something that affects the dangers, affects the racers, of course, safety comes into play, particularly in ARRC. Still waiting confirmation of when it's going to come through, but in the meantime, we have a red flag at 6 laps. It's a 12-lap race, so at the very least we will lose 2. It could be a 4-lap sprint, maybe even less.
Yeah, let's see. And let's see how they start the race. Helmet back on for Kip.
still out on the circuit, and the danger is that there's an oil spillage out on the circuit. That's what's being checked at the moment. The safety car has gone out. The technical teams are out there trying to just check things, and in the meantime we're having a look at the damage to Chip Nakarin's bike. Gosh, there's a lot of damage to that bike.
Yeah, this is good news for Chip Nakarin if there is a winner in this situation. It'll enable him to put his bike back together.
Well, he flew off at the first corner, or actually he forced Kito Abe to fly off at the first corner. Don't think he likes the cameras being in his face there. There's a bit of damage there on Kip's bike as well. Not too bad. It's on the fender, nothing more. And the mentality of the racers, they've just got to get into their minds. Sprint race, let's get off to a good start. Let's make the most of what we've got. We know we're in fine fettle, but I'm looking at Ratapong Guillerod thinking that he might feel he's got a chance, whereas Kito Abe says, okay, my race has gone over far, far too early. Listen, while there's a red flag and we're still trying to find out what goes on, we're going to have to take a quick break for commercials. It'll be 2 minutes or so. When we come back, hopefully we'll have some real news and information on to when the race will restart. So a red flag situation means we're just going to go away from you for a couple of minutes. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Zhuhai in China.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Very warm welcome back to the Asian Road Racing Championships from Zhuhai in China. We had a little bit of a stop for a red flag in the Supersport 600cc race that was ongoing. We can tell you that the track looks like it is pretty clear. We will be resuming at 15:43, which is about 3 minutes time. And it will be a 4-lap sprint. Barry Russell, that means it's tough on those guys who are at the front, Azroi Hakim, Helmi Asman, Sachiro Minamoto, and Karoli Dampawi. But them's the breaks in racing.
That is, so it's just going to be all out. The leg twitching there from Helmi. He needs to get going. I do that. But yeah, we got some useful information talking to Daniel, who happily is sitting with us at the moment, about tyre wear. And despite the abrasiveness of this surface, there is no significant tyre wear on these Dunlops. So that's good news. Ratapong indeed is running tyres that he used in qualifying, so he's actually on used tyres. That's how good the tyre wear is.
And he's got the fastest lap before the start, a 1:37.252. So maybe the abrasiveness that we've been talking about and that the riders have been talking about, maybe it's not as wearing on the tyres as we might think. As we look at some of the running repairs to Chip Nakarin's bike, he was involved in a first lap incident. If you said this just before we went to the break, this red flag helps Chip Nakarin more than anybody, because he was down in where was he? A long way down. P13.
Yeah, he was just on a damage limitation cruise. Now he can give it full gas for this 4-lap sprint. As you said, those are the breaks in racing. 4-lap sprint is not an ideal race, but it will be exciting, that's for sure.
Bunchu Honda with 3 of the top 4. And the riders, when they get out, the just mentality has got to be forget what we've done and start again. We know the bikes are running. We know that they're in good nick. We know that we've got the lines of the circuit. We can trust our tyres. As everybody comes out, including the likes of Zhao Fenglong. It was Jia Yifeng, one of the local wildcards whose bike caused the problem. There was concern that there was oil on the track. Doesn't look like that was justified. We had a shot during the break of the marshals just getting into position.
There's Chip Nakarin, there's dusty but fully functional Honda, it appears, followed by his teammate on a slightly shinier CBR 600 RR.
So this is the second formation lap, but then in a very different frame of mind to the first.
Yeah, and it'll be a quick start procedure for sure.
Nakarin 41. Well, he was down, as you quite rightly said, he was on a damage limitation exercise because he'd been taken out in the first lap. And it's also an opportunity for the likes of Zhao Fenglong and Lin Jifei to maybe test their starting technique against some of the best in the world. Okay, we mentioned the tyres an awful lot. Daniel is down alongside the pit wall, and I think he's talking to one of the Dunlop representatives to tell us a little bit more about the tyre changes that have been introduced for this event.
So we're down here at Dunlop with Sel from Dunlop, and we want to ask a big question. There's 2 different tyre sizes for the 600s. What's the real difference?
Well, to be honest, we've started to work into a new profile. We're trying to target acceleration as well as cornering. So we've given them the option, and actually we're happy to say that over 50% of the riders on the grid have gone with the new one. And it's looking good so far. Obviously, it's something that's new to them, so they're going to have to get used to it and set up their bikes. But generally, it's looking good.
Last but not least, tyre wear has been the biggest question, but we want to ask you to put it to rest. What is the real news here? Is the tyre wear an issue, or is it completely fine?
To be honest, no. This track, we've seen very little tyre wear, if I've got to be honest. Consumption is very small, and the tyres are lasting quite well. No, to be honest, not a concern at all.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, and thanks for the insight.
It is a good insight indeed. So we are just about ready, 30 seconds to go. Second start is about to get underway.
They're starting from the positions that they completed the last time around before the red flag came out.
Which means
therefore ARRC, is on pole position.
Here is the new grid, the revised grid. This is the starting positions for when the race stopped, which means that Azroy Hakim Anwar will be alongside Helmi Asman on the front row of the revised new grid. Minamoto in P3 for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN will be alongside Helmi and Azroy on the front row.
Yeah, and Karol Idampawi gets lifted up there to fourth place. Next to him, Adinanta Putra and Galang Hendra in sixth.
Ratapong in P7, and he's been going very, very quickly. Really interested to see how he fares on this restarted sprint. Ibrahim Noradim, we've not mentioned, in P8, and Panasorn in P9 on the revised grid.
Yeah, P10 is Andy Fadley, and Ji Feng next to him, P11, P12, Lin Ji Fei for Silver Steed Racing.
13, Chip Nakarin back in the game. Zhao Feng Long, Kito Abe gets a restart, wow.
And Shao Jintong starting from 16 at the back. So work to do there for Nakarin. But he'll be in a better position with a fully functioning bike to start from that P13 than he was trundling around at the back.
No, there's no Abe there. So Abe's on the graphic but isn't out on the circuit.
Right.
He couldn't have fixed that bike.
No.
And Shao Jintong similar. Okay, so it's a 4-lap sprint, and it could have significant impact on the overall championship standings. Reminder, Karol Idampawi leads the championship, 26 points clear of Chip Nakarim. There's Chip Nakarim, who's back in the game. His day was done. He was going to pick up a low number of points, and now if he gets off to a good start and he doesn't crash on the first corner again, this could be a much better result than he had anticipated.
Yeah, he'll be charging through from there. He'll have already forgotten about that first lap. All he cares about is getting a good start and a good finish to rescue some championship potential.
32 in the middle of the grid there. That's Helmi Asman. Riders trying to sort themselves out. 28 at the back is Lin Jefei. Where should I be? That's where I should be. Looks like everybody is settled into their starting position. Azroy Hakim on pole, extreme right. Helmi Asman 32 in the middle. Minamoto, if he gets a good start, and he has got a good start, Minamoto. He has flown off the grid while there's a wheelie in the middle. Minamoto has got off to an absolute flyer, bike number 22, and he goes into the first corner ahead of all three Bunchu Hondas. Minamoto superb, and Chip Nakarin hasn't been able to make much of an impact up at the back.
Yeah, so first advantage of the restart goes to Minamoto.
Karol Idampawi was in P2. He's taken over there by Azroy Hakim Anwar.
So this very much going the way of the championship leader after that initial start from P10 on the grid.
Wow, that really, really is good news for Karol Idampawi. He's lost P2 at the moment, though, where Azroy Hakim has come in as well. Minamoto is looking for back-to-back wins and a third straight podium. And that is an absolute flyer. Remember, this is a 4-lap sprint. Minamoto on the Yamaha. Long, long left, and then that's the double left. Corners 9 and 10. And then the long straight before you head down to this kind of a U-turn, 11 and 12. And Minamoto leads the way with 3 Bunchus in close pursuit.
Yep, Adinanta Putra just a little way back from them. And looking further back, where is Nakarin? He's quite a long way back. He's got a few Yamahas between him and the leaders.
It's still better than where he was, though, coming into this race. There is Azroy Hakim Anwar in P2 at the moment. It is mighty close between the first 1, 2, 3. Less than a second between 1 to 4. Adinanta 5, Galang Hendra 6, Ibrahim in 7, Ratapong in 8, Chip Nakarin in 9.
And as you were going through those results, Azroy re-establishes himself at the front. He went ahead of Soichiro Minamoto into turn 1. Minamoto tries to fight back, but Azroy's got the line.
Remember, this is a 4-lap sprint where on sector 1 of lap 2 of that 4, Azroy Hakim Anwar, the young Malaysian, not so young anymore. He's been around a while, but still got plenty of years left in racing. And he is leading the way here, Azroy Hakim Anwar. 1 win this season, 3 DNFs. He's feeling a little bit hard done by. Unlikely to win the championship, but could have a real say in who actually does take the title if he wins here.
Yeah, Minamoto pushing hard to try and get back, and Helmi looked for a moment there as though he was getting back on terms. Kara Lidenpawi just behind them. So same group of bikes, slightly different order to how they finished that first part of the race.
Thing of the championship, I can tell you Chip Nakarin is still in P9. The damage to the rear end of his bike must be too much to really expect to be competing up at the top. And particularly you look at the speed of these guys. Minamoto, lovely line coming into this corner. Would he get a slingshot out? This is a rehearsal, just 2 laps to go. Minamoto comes from out of the slipstream and takes the lead. Azroy Hakim has the better line and retakes it straight back again.
Yeah, he stood firm in that central position in the track, and it seemed to have paid off. He's just going to hold it. Minamoto pushing all the way. Oh,
back in the lead again. A little bit of magic.
Yeah, or is it? And he gets out of shape, and Helmi Asman comes up inside Minamoto.
That could be crucial in this race. Any mistake could really cost you dearly. It's Azroy and Helmi. So often they race so closely together, be it from Underbone right the way through to 250s, and now here in the 600s. Azroy and Helmi joined at the hip sometimes. 20 and 32. Minamoto under pressure from Carol Idampawi, bike 89.
Carol Idampawi waiting. We are over, incredibly, we're over half distance.
Minamoto's received also a warning for respecting track limits at turn 14 last time out, so he is really, really pushing.
Yeah, can't afford another mistake. That's 2, 1 at turn 14 and 1 just a few moments ago.
Coming through tail end of lap number 3 of 4. 3/4 of the way through this restarted sprint, and it's good news for Azroy Hakim Anwar, and it's not bad news for Azroy, Carol Idampawi in P4. In P4, he will increase his lead at the top of the standings. Minamoto just ahead of him.
Yeah, Carol Idampawi had a look up the inside. He's not quite in touch.
This is the final lap. I just need to bring to your attention, though, Chip Nakarin has got himself up into P6. Chip Nakarin into P6. That could be big.
And there's a little swapping of positions there, but Azroy has got himself back into the lead on this final lap as they go into turn 7.
Then they'll come down to the technical 9 and 10, the double left-hander. You need to get this line right. If you get this line right, it's brilliant for the rest of the lap. That first left-hander is good. Azroy Hakim and Helmi Asman working together. Minamoto can't get close enough. It is still Azroy Hakim Anwar from Malaysia. Bunchu Honda leading the way. Minamoto under pressure from Carol Idampawi. Right then, a new race leader, but the switchback is good from Azroy. He is there. They're coming on to the final straight, the little kink in the road here before the final turn. This is going to be close. Helmi on the inside. Helmi 32 can't hold on. Azroy Hakim Anwar, can he hold on? Helmi tries to get the pull through, but it's the victory for Azroy Hakim over Helmi Asman. Minamoto from Carol Idampawi, and Chip Nakarin comes through into P5.
Good rescue job for Nakarin. He was the big beneficiary from the restart and the sprint. But that was another, we've seen it so many times, another nail-biting tussle, but a clean one between Azroy and Helmi as Bunchu Honda celebrate another 1-2. Soichiro Minamoto, good result for him in championship terms. He finished in 3rd, so bagged 16 points, 3 more than Carol Idampawi. And let's have a look at the exit to the final turn. So close, but totally in control from these two. Azroy takes it
So the 4-lap sprint, it doesn't really impact what happened. Zhuhai Hakim Anwar was in the lead going into the final 4-lap sprint and finishes with the 25 points for his second victory of the season. For Minamoto, 16 points for him. That'll improve his position in the overall championship standings. Confirmation here. 4-lap sprint winner, Zhuhai Hakim Anwar, just ahead of Helmi Asman. Soichiro Minamoto in P3, 3 tenths down. Another 10th down, Karol Idampawi. Chip Nakarin, what a result for him from where he was. P5, Ibrahim Noruddin in 6, Galan Hendra 7, Adanantra Pucha in 8, 4 seconds down. Ratapong Guilarot, having set the fastest lap in the first 8 laps, ends up in P9 ahead of Panasom. And Mohamed Fadli's learning still goes on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia bike in 11. Lin Jifei, Zhao Fenglong and Zhao Yifeng, they realise what it's like to be in really, really top-class competition. As the helicopter flies overhead, the joyrides are continuing to give a great view of this circuit, this 30-year-old circuit at Zhuhai. And we've had a high adrenaline. Those 4-lappers, I tell you what, they really get the adrenaline pumping.
They certainly do. And there is the helicopter. We could hear it. Now we can see it. Following around the line of the track from turn 14 along the home straight and peeling off. Phew.
We're just waiting for the riders to come back into the Parc Fermé, and Daniel will be down there just to check the pulse rate of the race winners, Zhuhai Hakim Anwar and Helmi Asman. In the championship standing, it's good for Karol Idampawi. He will retain his championship lead. Minamoto will lose his joint second place to Helmi Asman. Helmi Asman's P2 will just pip him ahead of Minamoto. For Kito Abe, his first lap crash in the original race means that he will stay in 4th. Those to be confirmed, of course.
Yeah, with Zhuhai as the victor, taking most of the points, that helped Karol Idampawi. Smile from Helmi. He could have done it, but he didn't.
It is remarkable how often Helmi and Zhuhai Hakim Anwar are positioned very, very close to each other. The applause to our winner today, Zhuhai Hakim Anwar, second win of the season, but 3 DNFs and a P12, actually a P13 in race 1 in Mandalika, mean that the title is beyond his grasp. But nonetheless, if you end up with 3 wins in a row, it'll be a very nice end to the season.
Yeah, we would. He's capable of it. And he beat the championship leader, his teammate, Kip, fair and square. Looks to the heavens.
It's the happy smile. And he did well. You saw how frustrated, when the first race started, you saw how frustrated he was, and he's been able to recover his composure and take the victory. Daniel is down in the Parc Fermé. Let's hear from him.
Minamoto, Soichiro, before the red flag, it was already a fantastic race from you. And then after the red flag and the restart, you were leading for a while. But then the fast Bunsi Hondas came through. But what a battle it was, what a fight that was. Talk us through it.
Yes, yesterday first time here coming here, but yes, one day we could make a good bike, good riding for top battle of top. But yes, track of part of last is we are little bit slow, better than Honda, because little bit difficult, very tough race. Tomorrow also maybe difficult and tough, but I try to keep strong and try to back to here.
Thank you so much, Soichiro. Congratulations on a fantastic podium. And in second place, we have a hard-charging Helmi Asman. Helmi, for a second there was a battle between you fending off Kip, and then it was battle through Soichiro and nearly a battle against Zhuhai, but right at the end you lost it by just a little bit. So tell us about that last lap.
Yes, for sure this race we have red flag, so also rhythm, so my reader also down a little bit, but it's okay. Yes, I try to repeat again my pace, and yes, for lap after red flag is very short, you know, so we need to like 100% for the beginning to until finish. So yeah, finally I'm again fight with Hazroy and I lose, but it's okay. I'm happy with second position. I will try for tomorrow, and thank you so much to my team, Bushu Honda Racing team. Also thank you so much to my family, to watching, and all my friends. So yes, syukur alhamdulillah, and thanks to all.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Congratulations, fantastic race and victorious, back to winning ways. Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy, from the get-go and the restart, you were aggressive. That was some of the most aggressive riding I've seen from you. What a battle. Talk us through it.
Syukur alhamdulillah. First, I want to thanks to my team for all the hard work and also to me. Very long time no coming to the podium. Very tough this year. Some unlucky race with blow tire. So now I come back onto podium. I feel a little bit sad but happy. And also I want to give this podium to my late mother who already passed away. So syukur alhamdulillah, I just riding to the limit because I have nothing to lose. The championship now very far from to the champion. So from now my target is to win every race, so I can finish the race this year with happy smile face.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Congratulations, fantastic ride.
Highlights of a two-part 600cc race one at the Zhuhai International Circuit. Round 9 of the Asia Road Racing Championship, and it was a solid start for Bunchu Honda Racing Team. Helmi Azman bike 32 and Azroy Hakim Anwar bike number 20, both on pole, but a first lap crash saw the end of Kito Abe and Chip Nakarin crashing out. You would have thought that's the end of his day. Racing's a funny old game.
It is, isn't it? Very unfortunate for Kito Abe. That wasn't his doing. Although it was difficult to see, it looked like he got pretty much accidentally T-boned by Nakarin.
Up at the front end though, Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20, would edge into the front of a really good battle. He's in P3 at the moment. Soichiro Minamoto was looking to carry on his really good form, and he did actually. But then a red flag when Jia Yifeng, his bike landed in an awkward position. He walked away okay. Red flag was called. We were worried that there was oil on the track. That's why the red flag was there. When we restarted, it would be a 4-lap sprint, and Chip Nakarin, bike number 41, was back in the reckoning. He didn't have the best of start, but my word, he recovered to come into P5.
Oh, he did, yeah, and his start wasn't stunning from there, but he worked his way through. Quality rider that he is, world-class rider that he is. So he was the big beneficiary here.
The stunning start came from Minamoto, but he was soon hauled in by both Bunchu Honda racers. It was a really good day at the office for Azroy Hakim Anwar. Not 1 day, but 2 days. He actually got in front of Minamoto on the 3rd lap. There he is, bike number 20. And from there, he really, without being in complete control, nobody really looked like they were going to get the better of him. He was able to do the switch back there. He was confident that he had the speed going into the first corner. And with this being a sprint race, if you're getting the line right, you're in a good position. He came under a bit of pressure from his teammate, Helmi Azman. But Azroy, deserves this victory, Barry Russell.
Oh, he certainly does. He's not in the contention for the championship, so that relieves his inhibitions, and in a 4-lap sprint, he absolutely had to go for it. I was impressed by how close Helmi ran to him.
That was the final lap, the switch back in there, and the Bunchu Honda boys there, barely a piece of paper between them. But it's a victory for Azroy. Celebrations for Bunchu Honda. Minamoto coming in P3 to continue his good form. Carol Idampawi, a very useful P4 for him. Very quickly onto the podium, and it will be in P3, Minamoto to carry on his great form. That is 4 podiums in the last 5 races for the Japanese.
Yep, impressive for him. We know he's not new to this championship. We know his quality. We have done for quite a few years.
3 and 4 podiums for Helmi Azman, and a 2nd victory of the season for Azroy Hakim Anwar. But you mix that in with 3 DNFs. And that explains why he said he's unlikely, can't win the title, he had nothing to lose. We'll have the Malaysian national anthem, and then we'll find out where that puts him in the standings.
Now we'd like to invite Mrs. Stefan Maki Karate, the FIM Asia
Well done, that man.
present the awards to our
Emotional.
winners.
Yep, he needed that.
Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president, will be handing out the awards to the top 3 racers, those handsome helmets.
In third place, from Yamaha Jet Racing Team ASEAN, Soichiro
Minamoto.
Minamoto.
Tell you what, his form at the end of the season, he'll look back on. Well, he's not had an awful season, but he didn't have. He only had 1 podium in the first 4 races, and that's hurt Minamoto at the end.
Yeah, you need to do it over the whole season, of course. Helmi Asman having another good season.
6 podiums for Helmi, 1 win, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. Azroy Hakim, this is his 2nd victory of the season. As I mentioned, those 3 DNFs. You can't have 3 DNFs in 9 races. Gong Hongguo, the Deputy General Secretary of CAMF, hands out the team award to Bunchu Honda Racing. And there is confirmation. 3rd, Minamoto, Yamaha Genblue Racing Team ASEAN. Bunchu Honda with Mohammed Helmi Asman in P2 and Azroy Hakim Anwar taking the victory.
And a big thank you once again to Mr. Stefan.
In terms of standings, Caroline Pao is the beneficiary of that. He is 23 points clear of Soichiro Minamoto, who was just edged 3 points clear of Helmi Asman. Chip Nakarin in P4, that's really close, look at that. Kito Abe, no points today, but 115 points nonetheless, but probably 2, that's probably cost him the title today, so 5 becomes 4. Azroy Hakim Anwar moves up to 88, 100 will be his target. Adnan Topucha, 68. Ratapong Guilrat's frustrating season continues, 60 points for him in P8. Panasom, 53 points. Galang Hendra. Andy Mohammed Fadli's learning curve for Yamaha Racing continues. Gary Salem, an absentee here. Ibrahim Noradim, he will produce 1 big race this season, we guarantee you that. Afif Amram was racing in another category here. Shah Tong had an incident. Okay, it's the final commercial break before we head off to the big boys, the 1000 cc's. That is coming next on the Asian Road Racing Championships. We're in Zhuhai, Southeast China. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. Reiterberger off to a storming start, so is Daniel, but Reiterberger gets away beautifully behind him. What a start from Zhuhai Zaidi.
Yeah, he looks serious on the grid now, he looks serious on track.
And something's happened to Aslan Shah Kamrazaman, so now it's Zhuhai being chased by Marcus Reiterberger. It all went good for Marcus Reiterberger there. And Andy Farrad, who was very, very quick, takes the inside line from Haruki Noguchi. If he's going to make a move, Andy Farrad needs to move it pretty quickly. Andy Farrad goes on the inside, takes the tight line. Zhuhai with the switchback. Brilliantly done. Reiterberger will take the victory. Reiterberger's victory.
Yep, I'm sure we're about to hear. That's really important for the championship. Another podium, another first.
We are underway. Zhuhai tries to get off to another flyer. Look at Zhuhai trying to get through, but Reiterberger is saying, hey, I'm not going to be caught twice by the same trick. And he said yesterday he wants to get off to a quick start, try to get a strong lead and then control the gap. That looks like what he's trying to do here, but Daniel losing just a little bit of ground as Noguchi has a look on the inside. It's the same place again.
Yeah, turn 10 again.
Noguchi down and Zhuhai down. So the red flag has been called in the 1000cc. The red flag at Mandalika was for the worst possible reason. Haruki Noguchi, a young rider for the SDG Motorsports Hark Pro Racing team, was tragically killed in an incident midway through that race. He had been a wonderful competitor, was challenging for the title and will be sorely missed. We will always remember Haruki for what he brought to this competition and to what he brought to racing, and there still are tears. At the end of the season we will pay a proper tribute to Haruki Noguchi. The racing will continue, but with a real sad pull to it.
Beautifully said, Des.
Okay, the racing does continue. There is the local racers getting themselves involved. The 1000cc is the property of Marcus Reiterberger at the moment. The Zhuhai is making a little bit of a party of their own. And, the local riders are really getting involved.
Chen Hongyang got a very enthusiastic team around him. Brought plenty of colour to the grid. Welcome to China.
Qualifying this morning, I tell you what, Zhuhai Zaidi in practice looked as though he was going to be impressive, but qualifying means the best comes out of Marcus Reiterberger. Poor old Zhuhai, he would put in some decent lap times, but could only finish P3. But he was inside the 132s. When you talk about 132s around the circuit, you are talking seriously quick. And Reiterberger, last lap 133 there, he just said, okay, let's put on the qualifying tyres and really go for it.
Yeah, he went into provisional pole very early in the session and then just kept extending the advantage, extending it, and he put in an absolutely stunning lap with the qualifying tyre on the rear. He said he forgot to do what after what his plan was after he did that. He was going to do a slow lap on the qualifier, then do another fast lap, but that was more than enough because he ended up with such a big gap at the...
Aslan Shah Kamrazaman was able to put in a decent lap as well. Again, he was the 132s, but he was a 6/10 slower. But the difference, Aslan looks like he's really working on that bike. Marcus Reiterberger looks like he's velvety smooth. Aslan will always be competitive, and these BMWs are going to be super competitive. Daniel, he came out, he could post a time not inside the 132s, but a 133.230 is not bad. Zhuhai got back on the bike, got inside 132, gets on the front row of the grid, But again, it's going to be so difficult to get the better of Reiterberger. He just seems to be a class above everybody this season at this category.
Absolutely. Every time somebody got closer to him, he just pulled further away. And we would see a good late charge from a few riders here.
Zakwan we're seeing, this is for P3. Andy Farrett Izdahar came in. Jack Dritz had a difficult time.
Yeah, struggled with what looked like setup through most of that session, then had a fall close to the end. But this was a good late charge from Casper Daniel.
This is the one that sets him a 133.230, but Reiterberger, it's really difficult to see anybody other than himself beating himself here. He's made a couple of mistakes in practice, where he's overshot at the end of the long straight, but otherwise he just looks absolutely supreme.
Yeah, I think you can expect his concentration to be turned up to 100 for the start of this race. It's quiet there.
It certainly is. This is the track. Turn number 1 is the one that's caused 1 or 2 problems for Reiterberger, and it's normally just as he's coming out of the pit lane. So he's overshot a couple of times. Also, turn number 4 has caused him a problem, but that's about it. His only problems have been self-induced. Let's go down to Daniel. He is on the grid, and he'll get some insight from the riders.
We're on the grid for the premier class of the Asia Road Racing Championship. It's the ASB 1000s. It's the big boys. And speaking of a fast rider, it's Marcus Reiterberger. Marcus, your first time here, yet you're the fastest on the grid. And at the same time, you have the chance to make it 6 in a row this weekend. How do you feel going in?
Yes, I'm quite happy to be here. My pace is good. The team make a good job. The bike is awesome. But I don't know how the race will be, but I try my best to be on top again.
A topic of yesterday's sessions was your helmet design. Can you show us a bit of the design and talk us through it?
Yes, this is my helmet from Zhuhai, designed by Formoto.de. And yes, it's my Bavarian home flag. This is Ralf Waldmann. And yeah, now today I added Haruki Noguchi, always in our heart. And today we race for him.
Indeed, a very beautiful touch, and he is always in our hearts. Thank you so much, Marcus. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to go next to Marcus with Andy Farrett. We're going to get a quick word with Andy. Let's see what he has to say. So, Andy, it was a fantastic qualifying performance from you. Straight up into second place, besting your teammate on your right here. And you're still in the championship title chase, actually. So, how do you see this race going for yourself?
Yeah, I think especially Marcus have a good pace, but I will try to manage during this race and try my best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck. And now we're gonna head back a row to a new face to the ARRC Championship, but he's not a new face at all in racing. In the All Japan Series, he is active as teamer for this season. And I'm gonna try to get a quick word with Kosuke Sakamoto. And Kosuke, we'll have a quick word. And we're going to have his translator as well with us. So we just want to ask Kosuke, welcome to ARRC. How's the experience so far?
ARRC へようこそ、感想をお願いします。感想をお願いします。何の？このアジア選手権へ。
初めての参戦でどういうレースになるかわかんないですけど、すごく楽しみにしています。
This is the first time I join ARRC. I don't know what will happen yet, but just let's see.
Thank you so much, Kosuke. Good luck for your race, and welcome to ARRC. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel, and what a brilliant touch that was from Marcus Reiterberger. Huh?
Yeah.
A little lump came to my throat.
Yeah, likewise. So, we just got some tyre information. And that is, there's very little pattern here, so we're just going to have to call them out as it becomes relevant. But we've seen Reiterberger, the poleman, running hard front, hard rears, as has Aslan Shah, his teammate. Marcus starting, of course, from pole. Aslan starting from fourth, right behind him. There is Aslan.
He's in a happy mood, Aslan. Sometimes he hates the camera being in his face, but if he's riding well, he normally engages with the camera. That's an interesting one. Casper Daniel, what's his highest? Hard.
Casper is hard on the Yamaha. The hard tyres do seem to be working well here at Zhuhai.
Not quite as charismatic as Aslan Shah just yet. Alongside him we had Sakamoto. Interested to see how Sakamoto does for the Estemo team. And on the third row, the grid, likes of Yuki Ito, Lachlan Epis and Jakrit. This is a decent quality. It's a small field, but it's a quality field if anyone can stay remotely close to Reiterberger.
Exactly, yeah. Yuki Ito is running medium hard, Kazma's teammate, so they've got slightly different setups. Yuki Ito scored 2 podiums here back in 2019, so he knows his way around, and he's in really good shape, Yuki Ito. Physically, mentally, you can see it in his face. He is a bit of an open book, isn't he, Yuki Ito?
Heart on sleeve, absolutely, the epitome of it. In the overall championship standings, Reiterberger 155.5 points, half points awarded for the second race in Mandalika. The late Haruki Noguchi still second, Zakwan Zaidi third on 110 points, Andy Faradizda 107.5, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman 93.5, Kazma Daniel 76. That's the overall championship standings. We'll have the grid in a very short time as they just take the formation lap. And Marcus Reiterberger just outstanding on the BMW for 1XOX BMW TKR Racing Team. Andy Farid Izdihar, good return to form for the Honda Asia Dream, racing with Showa rider Zakwan Zaidi, his teammate in P3.
Right behind Marcus Reiterberger and leading the second row, Aslan Shah Kamarazaman for 1XOX BMW TKKR. Next to him, Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Gen Blue, and Kosuke Sakamoto standing in for Pasawit on the Astemo Honda.
Yuki Ito, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN, as you said, double podium last time here. Lachlan Epis from Evolution Sports Group Independent. Hope Lachlan has a good time. Jakrit Swangsat from East NJT Racing, completing the third row.
And completing the fourth row and the grid is Chen Yong Han, who we saw with his enthusiastic, bright team. He's a rider who's been enjoying himself here, looking confident and aggressive, even though he's not quite yet up to the pace of the world-class riders that he's mingling with at the moment.
Just a mention on an absentee, Yu Zhou, who would have been racing but has got a broken foot. And much as he would like to race, he's decided no, a broken foot on a bike in this kind of competition is not a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. And the bike would have taken a lot of repairing, or possibly even replacing.
After the end, yes, so there was a crash as well.
It was an absolute mess, yeah.
So there is Yuki Ito. Those front brakes are working pretty well. And there's Lachlan Epis in the pale lime green. Is that what we're calling that?
Well, I was calling it aquamarine yesterday,
aquamarine.
But
okay.
Possibly that's a bit of southern pretentiousness, Des. What do you think?
I couldn't possibly comment. Okay, Reiterberger on the right and Aslan Shah are probably the two to watch. It depends on Zakwan if he's got the power, as he just clears his screen. 13 laps of the circuit at Zhuhai. 1:32 they've been racing at. Top left of your screen. When the red lights go out, we will be underway. Red lights are on. And it's a quick start, and Reiterberger off to a flyer. Away to the left, bike number 28. Also a good start from Zakwan. Zakwan has actually got in front of Reiterberger. Aslan Shah, Cameron Zawan's made a good move as well. But Zakwan Zaidi it is who leads into the first corner, and he's just edging Reiterberger out, and a little bit of a problem for Marcus Reiterberger, I'm glad to say.
Yeah, and a perfect start there for Zakwan, but can he hold it through the first left-hander? Yes, he can. And
well, Epis is taken out, and Kazma
are down.
That's a good save by Kazma. It's not done Lachlan Epis much luck whatsoever.
Unfortunate for Lachlan. He's been steadily improving. But now let's look at the front. It's still Zakwan in the lead from Marcus Reiterberger. And not any surprise to see Aslan Shah challenging there too. Let's have another look at this. Just obscured a little bit there, but yeah, it was Lachlan caught the back of Kazma's. No real fault there, I don't think.
It's a heck of a rescue from Kazma. His back end slipped away. And we've got an incident over on the far side. Who is that?
There's a rider down there. He's moving. Now, is that Andy Farid? We're going to have a look at who's on track.
It's Zakwan, I think. Was it Zakwan Zaidi? Somebody high-siding. No, it's not Zakwan. Zakwan's okay.
Yeah, Zakwan's okay. Andy Farid is okay. No, I'm sorry. I think that is Andy Farid.
Yeah, Andy Farid is not there.
No, it's Kosake.
Well, he's looking hurt, but thankfully he's moving.
Yeah, hopefully just winded in that tumble, but it's Zakwan still leading Marcus Reiterberger and Aslan Shah, the two 1XOX TKKR machines. Look here, and it's ooh, to the moon and back for Kosake.
Luckily, he was thrown clear of the bike. And we, as you say, let's hope it's nothing serious, of course. Reiterberger, in the meantime, has decided to take the lead. And that, I fear, could be that, unless Zakwan is able just to keep onto his tail. Reiterberger leads from Zakwan. Aslan Shah is sticking in there. Andy Farid, 23. And Yuki Ito has got himself up into 5, Jackford 6. And Chen Hongyan in 7. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Zakwan not giving up the chase. And he won't either. It's going to be a tough one. But Zakwan is going to give it everything. He's the closest rider to Marcus in the championship. Takes a wide line out of there. Then I think Aslan Shah is going to get a drag on him down the home straight.
Those BMWs have got such power. The Honda, it's not that the Honda is underpowered. Those BMWs are beasts on the long straights. And so it is BMW 1 and 2. And Reiterberger is looking for a 5th win in 6. He's had win-win, second win-win. And a half-points victory.
But I tell you what, Aslan Shah wouldn't half like to get one over on his teammate.
Easier said than done. Reiterberger, at that time it's Aslan that goes wide. Lots of power coming out. Zakwan is having to work terrifically hard to stay close. And behind them, Andy Farid. To his credit, Andy Farid qualified 2nd. So this could be the rebirth of Andy Farid Izdaha. He's had 2 second places. Once in Sugo and the first race at Mandalika.
Yeah, there will be a win coming from him, but among others, Marcus Reiterberger needs to get out of his way if that's going to happen.
Reiterberger is getting out the way, but not in the way that you were describing. He's going a little bit further away. Aslan Shah is doing his best. What are we lapping? Reiterberger, last lap time of 1:33.7. Sector 2, fastest, but Aslan Shah fastest through Sector 1. Through Sector 3, Marcus Reiterberger. Well, Aslan Shah fastest through Sector 3 as well. So Aslan is keeping up and he's dragging the Hondas with him.
Yep, Zakwan doing well to stay in touch. There's still a long way to go.
Reiterberger rides so smoothly. A couple of the interviews that he's had after each of the qualifying sessions, he was saying it's a little bit bumpier than he likes, it's a little bit tighter than he likes. He likes the flowing stuff, he's heavier. He was offering all kinds of reasons why he wouldn't be in the lead, and yet look at that. We're barely 3 laps in and he is in the lead, and in the lead by nearly a second.
Yeah, he talks a good game, doesn't he? Very articulate and clever with what he says.
Andy Farid to Yuki Ito, 4th to 5th is 3 seconds. This is P3. Zakwan Zaidi. Using the full width of the circuit. He also said it's a narrow circuit, which I suppose it is compared to Mandalika, compared to some of the circuits that we've had. Great variety of circuits we've had on the ARRC.
That's one of the great things I think about this championship is we do have the big wide sweepy circuits like Mandalika, like Sepang, stop and go circuits like Buriram, and the more old school narrower tracks like this one.
The lead is 0.8 of a second, So they're lapping around about similar, 133.1s for both Reiterberger and Aslan Shah. 133.3s, 2/10 down. A little bit further down, Yuki Ito is in P5. Battle for P6 here is Jakrit. And good work here from Chen. Lachlan Epis has got up out of the gravel pit, and Lachlan Epis is back up and on his bike, and this is a good recovery by the young Australian.
Yeah, he'll score some points.
Kazma, where did I see Kazma? No, Kazma was in that little group, wasn't he? Yes. So Jakrit had gone through. There's 1, 2, 3. Zakwan doing his absolute best to stay close. 133.3 last time out. Sector 3, 32.5. He's matching them lap for lap. This is Yuki Ito, 76 in P5.
Yeah, Yuki Ito 6 seconds back from the race leader.
That's a difficult position to be in it. You've got to keep pushing without really having a lot of hope that you're going to be able to close in on the front four.
Yeah, and nobody to have a race with, really.
Just get those sector times in. Focus on yourself. Get your line right. Yuki Ito has had such a long time, over a decade in the Asia Road Racing Championships in various iterations. But this is our leader, Reiterberger, who's not been able to get away from Aslan Shah. And they likewise have not been able to get away from the Hondas of Andy Farid and Zakwan Zaidi. Honda Asia Dream with Showa, putting up a decent show here. But there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, BMW versus Honda. And it does look like he's stretching out a lead. Reiterberger.
31.0. Just a couple of hundredths of a second, but yeah, you're right. It's 10 feet further forward.
Yeah, he's really good at doing that. It's just relentless. It's a slight advantage, making a slight advantage a big advantage over a series of laps.
Hits the line really well. Incremental improvements, lap on lap. 100th of a second better this lap than last lap. Takes a corner slightly better the next time. Yuki Ito, there he is in P5. P8 is Kazma Daniel, who recovered brilliantly. Got to say the rescue that he made in that incident with Lachlan Epis, quite remarkable from Kazma.
Yep, he's back now. He's in P8. He's got a chance of overhauling Chun Hong Yang.
Lachlan Epis is still going on as we look at P1, 2, 3 and 4. These are in a race of their own. You do feel though that the chasing three are just hanging on to Reiterberger, and that Reiterberger does have a lot more. I remember listening to yourself and Daniel in practice, or how smooth a rider Reiterberger is, and he's silky smooth.
Yeah, this is the endurance side of the racer that is Markus Reiterberger. He loves to come in and do the shorter races like in ARRC, because it gives him that balance between sprint racing and going really fast and being really smooth and consistent over longer periods. And that's made the rider that we can see in front of us.
That's a great speed. 133s, low 133s for everybody. But Reiterberger just 1/10 quicker than his 133s. There's his crew, his team. It's like a metronome, isn't it? Click, 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 a little bit better, a little bit better. Aslan wondering what the heck he's got to do to stay close. Zakwan straining every sinew to keep close, but to be fair, all three are.
You can see how bumpy it is in braking. Have a look next time as they come into turn 11 under braking. For a normal rider coming up at that kind of speed, they would be out of the seat.
That's the long straight. Start-finish line into turn number 1, which is where sometimes Markus Reiterberger has a problem. 29-year-old from Germany has come into this championship and really taken it by storm. He didn't get a podium in either race at Buriram, but since Sepang it's been win, win, second, win, win, win. And he's in first place here, 5/10 clear. Well, no, he's quite a way clear. He's a second clear of Aslan, who himself is 5/10 clear of Zakwan. Love the sunlight here.
Yeah, just falls nicely there, the shadow of the stand, creating some different shades on the track surface.
I can tell you though, Reiterberger, it's not all plain sailing, despite us waxing lyrical about his smoothness. He had a warning for turn 10. So he's got to be careful of the track limits.
Yeah, the translation here is interesting. Must respect track limit. It's kind of nice, isn't it?
Gentle. Don't do it again.
Gentle, firm but gentle.
And so what he does, he decides to put in the best lap of the race so far, a 1:32.9. That's his response to a gentle little warning. Follows that by a 1:33.0. He's picking up a 1/10 of a second each lap, so the gap isn't getting massively wider, but it is getting just a little bit wider. As you say, relentless pressure from Markus Reiterberger. Hits the apex perfectly, hits the corner perfectly, makes the slide nicely. Class.
Aslan also going really well, but hasn't just quite got the pace. Might have a 10-year deficit age-wise as well.
Yes. It's great to see Aslan still competing at the top level, multi-champion.
Yeah,
First champion at the Superbikes, at the 1000cc, at the Asia Road Racing Championship. But Reiterberger with such a big lead, 46 clear of Zakwan Zaidi. Theoretically, he could have won it this weekend.
Zakwan currently looking good to pick up 16 points.
Confirmation of that fastest lap from Reiterberger. 8 laps gone, we're beyond midway. 13 laps of the circuit. And as they come into this lovely, I love this long straight, just that little kink in it, and then you've got to get yourself in the correct position around this sweeping right-hander to end the lap. And when he ends the lap, it was 1.176 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's up to 1.3 again, 1/10 quicker, 1/10 quicker, 1/10 quicker.
Yeah, heartbreaking for those following him. They can't find an answer, as we have seen many times before. And he's really pushing hard. He's not. It's not a cruise. It's smooth, but he's working really hard, Reiterberger.
For the first time, you're seeing the difference now. For the first time, perhaps the pressure is telling. Let's look a little bit further down. This is Lachlan Epis.
He's recovered from the gravel and got himself back in front of Jakrit Swangtuat. Or is he a lap down?
I think he's a lap down, isn't he? He must be a lap down. It's him going past Jakrit.
Yeah, he was down in the gravel, wasn't he? So, yeah.
And that's a heavy bike to push out the gravel on your own. Ooh, second warning for bike number 28. At turn 10.
Yeah, that's the second of those two left-handers between the second and third sectors.
This is bike 28, and he's pushing it. His lead is, well, it was 1.3 seconds. The lead is 2 seconds now, isn't it? As he comes through, he completes now 10 laps. 13-lap race. Behind them, Aslan Shah has lost 2 places.
So interesting. Didn't see what happened to Aslan then.
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, 1 mistake. And he certainly found that his rivals, Zakwan and Andy Farid, have swept past him.
Yeah, we might see it again in a minute, but could be that he went for a little bit of off-road.
He's trying to chase back onto Andy Farid. It's good to see Andy Farid back in a decent kind of form. And he's gone past, he's got the power. The BMW engine on the straight line does have the power.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Hondas are also really fast, but I think Aslan got a really good drive out.
Just has to protect on that double left. It's 9 and 10, Reiterberger coming through. Must respect track limits for Lachlan Epis, and also for bike 25, who was Aslan Shah.
Yeah.
It must have been the incident that cost Aslan. So it's not quite been a procession, but it's been impressive from lap number 3, from when he took the lead. That was 8 laps ago. Reiterberger's just been able to improve. This is Chen Hongyan from Gym 777Y Racing. Good to see the wild card at least competing in there. And he's in 7th place at the moment, ahead of Kazma and Lachlan Epis. And that'll be 2 great scalps for the Chinese wild card to hold on to.
They did scalp themselves, but yeah, it's a good result. And you can see that Chen Hongyan has been enjoying himself all weekend. Really positive approach, really bright, cheerful, colourful team. That's what we want in the championship.
Again, Aslan goes a little bit wide. I'm wondering about the tyres. What was his tyres? Oh, he was on too hard.
Yeah.
Reiterberger on the same. And we had the interview with the Dunlop men earlier on, saying the tyre degradation is not as bad as anticipated. In fact, the tyres have held up really well, so maybe it's not going to be the factor we thought. And Reiterberger can trust these tyres.
Again, you see the bumps on the way into turn 11.
The lead has gone up to close to 3 seconds, over 3 seconds. He is relentless. He is world class, this fella. Just needs to make sure he keeps within track limits, doesn't get himself in any unnecessary problems. Push Zakwan.
Yep, he needs to keep pushing. Final lap.
Track limits there. They're just telling him 2 warnings, so be careful.
Marcus not letting off the pressure at all.
Neither's Aslan. And this is a very, very good ride by Zakwan Zaidi, because he's been in P2, he's been in that position of authority and responsibility for a long, long time.
Yeah, if you can hold on to this second place, it's going to be crucial. They're coming through turn 7 there, blasting down towards the 2 left-handers.
Now it's getting tight. It's a proper battle for P2 here.
Yeah, and as they come up to turn 11, getting the drive out of that is going to be crucial in that long run down towards turn 14.
Reiterberger, the lead beyond 3 seconds. Zakwan holds on to P2. Aslan is really having to work hard to get the better of Andy Farid-Izdihar. This is the final lap. And the final lap will see Marcus Reiterberger win another Sepang ×2, Sugo Mandalika ×2, and now Zhuhai. That is 6 wins out of 7 for Germany's Marcus Reiterberger. Zakwan Zaidi second, Aslan holds off Andy Farid for third. Yuki Ito will come through in 5th.
Yeah, for Zakwan, that's the best he could have done. Not great for the championship because Reiterberger ekes out another 5 points on the Malaysian defending champion Zakwan. But it could have been a lot worse. Andy Farid denied a podium by Aslan Shah. Another podium for Aslan Shah. And there he is.
It is relentless. It's not his fault he's so good.
Yeah, it's a really good package, and we've heard a few times this weekend from Aslan that he really enjoys being in the same garage as Marcus Reiterberger. There's no There's no needle between them whatsoever. They appreciate having each other in the garage.
It's 75 points to race forward to 68-point lead at the top of the standings for Marcus Reiterberger now. Confirmation after 13 laps. He's won it by 3.2 seconds from Zakwan Zaidi. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the 1XX BMW TKR team, making it a 1-3 for that team. Andy Farid Izdihar, Zakwan's Honda Asia Dream, racing with Showa teammate in P4. That was a good battle, 2-3-4. UK Ito in splendid isolation down in P5. Jakrit 6, Chen in 7, Kazma Daniel in 8. Lachlan Epis will finish in 9. No finish for Sakamoto.
So a few compensatory points for Lachlan and Kazma Daniel. And yet another win for Germany's Marcus Reiterberger.
Really is incredible consistency. And yeah, a little wave as he'll make his way into Parc Fermé. Zakwan's got to be pleased with that. It keeps him not in contention, but it puts him clear in P2. A full 10 points clear of Andy Farid.
Yeah, there really wasn't anything else he could have done there. He didn't have the pace of Reiterberger, nobody did. So all he could do was beat everybody else.
Reiterberger heads in towards the Parc Fermé. Another victory under his belt. Just having a chat with his pit crew. And it is a chat. He's such an unflappable character. We're hearing that in between all the sessions, he sleeps. He just finds a little corner in the garage, puts his head down, sleeps. Then the next element comes in. He goes out, performs, comes back in, sleeps.
Yeah, that's really good. The power of napping.
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, good performance by him. 3rd position for him. Excellent work for the team. Zakwan and Aslan, long-time rivals. Lots of respect there. And Reiterberger. That's another win, mate. It's not the title, but it's not far away.
Yep, he worked hard, but we know how fit he is as one of the world's top endurance racers. Zakwan worked really hard. It's always good when you see them remove their helmets after a race like this. But it's not Reiterberger. He's not even out of breath.
Reiterberger with the fastest lap as well. 132.9, so inside 133. That was on lap number 10.
Yeah, that's a hell of a race lap. Just, I think we can hear them talking about the track limit issues.
Well, as the sun begins to come down, it's a beautifully located, this in Zhuhai. We're in southeast China. And it's a rather pleasant scene and a rather pleasant time to be interviewing Marcus Reiterberger. And I think and hope Daniel is down there in a moment. We'll go down to Daniel and let's hear the thoughts of Marcus Reiterberger and perhaps the other two in the top 3.
We're at Parc Fermé for the ASB 1000 Race 1 with the victorious Marcus Reiterberger. It's the perfect weekend for you, and it's 5 in a row in the Asia Road Racing Championship. How was that race? It looked like a tough one.
Yeah, sure. Like I expected, the tests or the practices, we were really strong. But I was not 100% sure if I can go away, because the others are also really fast. And for me, to do these lap times, I have to push so hard. So, yeah, after the middle of the race, I can attack again and put a small gap. But then I hit 2 times the gravel, which is track limits. So I was not sure. The guy showed me 2 track limits, and I was not sure if I have to drop two positions or not. So I keep counting in the end, and then luckily it was not a track limit fault. Funny, because before the race, I want to say at this track we have no track limits because it's gravel, or you crash or you stay on track. But there are still existing track limits. So now I'm really happy. Bike was awesome, and tomorrow more. And this victory is for Haruki.
Thank you so much, Marcus. It was beautifully said. Congratulations.
Thank you. today.
Remembering Noguchi, Marcus Reiterberger in pole position, and didn't get off to the best of starts. It was Zaquan Zaidi in this 1000cc race one of the weekend at Zhuhai, and Zaquan gave this one a real go, Barry Russell, just to try to upset the apple cart a little bit. Reiterberger on his tail, but Zaquan, give it your best shot. That's all you can possibly do.
And he absolutely did that. He will be feeling like he's been through a race. This was the incident when Kazma lost it, bumped into Lachlan. So
both recovered to finish the race in 8th and 9th. There was a recovery of supreme skill from Kazma Daniel, and this is the moment that I think we're going to see Marcus Reiterberger moving into P2, and within a few seconds he's going to take the lead, but not before Kozuke crashed out. High siding hit, you always worry about this. Luckily he's thrown a long way, so he's hit the ground hard, but luckily that bike is a long way from him.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be all right. He'll be checked over for the medical centre. Didn't look as though he had a bang to the head then. Hopefully he didn't.
Back on the circuit, Reiterberger was pushing it a little bit, had two gentle little warnings from race control to look out for his track limits. Behind him, the BMW of Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. He was looking good, but Aslan made one little mistake, and that enabled both Zaquan and Andy Farid to get through. That mistake would come midway through, around about lap 9, I think it was, on looking the Reiterberger team. This is where Aslan lost it, went a little bit wide on turn 14, and he lost 2 places there, although would immediately win one back. Powerful beast, that BMW.
It is, and the rider on board is pretty powerful too.
There's your warning for the track limit. So as Reiterberger said, he just settled it down a little bit. He had a 3-second lead. Behind them, a good battle between Zaquan and Aslan Shah. The number of times they've raced over the years, Zaquan was able to hold on. Once again, Andy Farid trying to win back a little bit of time over Aslan Shah. But there is victory. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the season for Marcus Reiterberger. Behind him, Zaquan holds on to P2, and that will move Zaquan Zaidi into P2 in the championship standings. But there is a champion designate. We are just waiting to crown him.
BMW TKKR Racing Team, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman.
Aslan.
Yeah, great to see him on the podium again.
In second place from Honda.
A moment literally in the sun, another moment in the sun for Aslan.
And for Zaquan as well. Great little competitor, Zaquan Zaidi.
And your race winner from 1xx BMW TKKR Racing Team, Marcus Reiterberger.
And this is the man who is surely destined to be champion. 68 points clear with 3 races to go. Can win it tomorrow. 75 points available, and 1xx TKR Racing Team have the team award. German national anthem. Dash Deutschlandlied getting the applause from Marcus Reiterberger. He's looking for the champagne. Not here, old chap.
And I would like to invite Mr. Stewart to present the award to 3rd place for an ASB 1000 race.
Stuart Tan, the general manager of the Zhuhai International Circuit, will hand out the awards to Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. Good performance from Aslan. It's his 5th podium of the season. For Zakwan Zaidi, he'll move clear into 2nd place, a 6th podium for him, a 2nd P2. But this is the man who is absolutely dominating the Superbikes Championship in the Asian Road Racing Championships. Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President, handing out the award to the team, 1XOX BMW TKR Racing Team. And it's been a good day's racing at Zhuhai. Confirmation, Aslan Shah, Zakwan Zaidi, Reiterberger. Final thoughts, Barry Russell, on the day's racing?
Yeah, well, on the podium there, you've got a whole hat full of Asian champions with Aslan and Zakwan Zaidi and the champion-elect, Markus Reiterberger. So great quality there. Fantastic racing throughout the day. Great performance from Azroy, a revenge win from him. Maybe a revenge win for Mukladar in the 250s as well. And a fantastic underbone race, as always.
In the championship, Reiterberger, 180.5 points. Zakwan Zaidi, 130. So it's a 60-point lead, a 50.5-point lead. Andy Farad Izdaha, 120.5. The late Haruki Noguchi, 113 points. Aslan Shah moves up to 5th with 109.5. Kazma Daniel, 84. Jakrit, 53.5. Yuki Ito on 44. And so our day's racing comes to an end. It has been great to be back in Zhuhai, and we are back again to do it all tomorrow, same time in the afternoon. 1 p.m. local time, we will start the first of our 5 races. Round 5 of the Asia Road Racing Championships in Zhuhai. We've still got Buriram to come, but from Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, and the team behind the scenes, particularly the cameramen who have to climb an awful long way and lay an awful lot of cable, it's been our pleasure to bring you the Asia Road Racing Championships 2023 from Zhuhai. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu engine oil.